the mystery of the 7 stars, which thou sawest in my right hand, are the 7 golden candlesticks. The 7 stars are the angels of the 7 churches. And the 7 candlesticks, which thou sawest, are the 7 churches. The church is the fire and is the light. The candlestick bears the light, and that is where it burns, and there is a command that the fire must be on, the light must be on, and it is forever. It is a statute. It's a precept. It's a principle. Principles don't change. Methods may change. Methods may vary. But biblical principle stands. The light must not go out. Carrying the fire of God. What is fire? Fire is the process of combustion of inflammable materials or flammable materials, producing heat and light, and most of the time smoke. It's not every combustion that produces smoke you can see. There may be smoke, but some of them are invisible. If you like your LPG, if you like gas, especially if it is basically propane, but that one is dangerous. Don't use only propane to cook in your house. If you light LPG and it is majorly propane, you see that the flame is blue and you can't see smoke. Hardly does it produce smoke. If it begins to produce smoke, it's contaminated. But there is, when you light the normal fire, bring your firewood, put it, use it to make fire. It produces heat, but it will illuminate the place, whether the flame is red or blue, but there will be luminous presentation, and then there's going to be smoke. When there is fire, there will be heat. And you know that flies cannot sit on a hot iron. If flies are sitting on your pot, then there is no fire under the pot. I've not seen somebody that is cooking and the material, the food inside the pot is boiling, and you see fly on top, on the cover of the pot. If it happens, check that fly. That fly must be a witch or a wizard. No witch or wizard can even try it. Likewise, when you are on fire, sir, mommy, when you are on fire, they don't touch you. No, you're untouchable. It's because you have grown cold that they are petting on you. It's because you have grown cold that they are fiddling with you. It's because you have grown cold that they finger you. You woke up and you still lying. Sometimes you don't see till you pour cold water on your body. You see that around your shoulder, around your chest, around your back, on your leg. You see that something had drawn line. The line that was not there, and it's a fresh wound. Check it. You didn't pray in the night. If you prayed in the night, it's like you are quarreling with Oga and you did not forgive before you went in. Check yourself. Flies do not sit on a hot iron. A brother that was still carrying the fire went to bed. He never knew that his landlady was a witch. In the dead night, the witch entered his room. How she entered, I don't know, because the brother locked his door. She was able to open the door and entered. By the time she entered, going close to brother's bed, fire surrounded the brother's bed. Zechariah chapter 2 verse 5, I say the Lord, with a wall of fire round about. Why are they penetrating you? I made a wall of fire round about and the glory within. I pray for every believer hearing me. I pray for every believer. Get it, even if it is not today that you hear at any other time. May the fire of God begin to surround you in the name of Jesus. Zechariah 2:5, I say the Lord, be the wall of fire round about and the glory within. May the glory of God be within you, and may the fire of God surround you. Fire produces heat. You know, if you have snake in a place, you have gathered your wood, or you gathered some materials that they are not using again, snakes can come and hide under it. But if eventually you decided to do away with it, and it is by burning, the moment you set it on fire, every reptile, every insect, everything that had gone to hide there, they will all take off. Set your life on fire. May God set you on fire today, so that every snake, all the serpents that have come to hide, they will all go out. May they leave. May they go in the name of Jesus. Carrying the fire of God. Fire, fire, fire. Oh, fire. You can't talk so much about God without talking about fire. No. You cannot talk about God without talking fire. How do you mean? Genesis chapter 15, look at verse 17. And it came to pass that when the sun went down and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. This happened The day after Abraham's interaction with God, Abraham brought a sacrifice, divided the animals into two, and placed them side by side and sat back. Then God will always come by fire. If you offer something that pleases him, immediately a smoking furnace and a burning lamp came to pass between. Yes, in the same day, verse 18, God made covenant with Abraham, saying, unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates. When your life attracts the fire of God, covenant can be made. The promise can become a covenant. In Deuteronomy chapter 4 and verse 24, we are talking about fire and God. Then God spoke by himself. Fire and God. Deuteronomy chapter 4, look at verse 24. Fire, fire. For the Lord thy God. Let me start from 23. Take heed unto yourselves, lest ye forget the covenant of the Lord your God, which he made with you, and make you a graven image, or the likeness of anything that the Lord thy God had forbidden thee. Because most of you will only demand the fire when you want to burn your enemies. But you don't know that the fire can burn you if you are misbehaving. For the Lord thy God is a consuming fire, even a jealous God. You can't talk about God without talking about fire. No, it's not possible now. You know what? You cannot talk about God without talking about God himself is fire. And I want to ask you a question. Are you a child of God? If you're a child of God, you will carry fire. And let me ask, looking at Abraham and his sacrifice, does the fire of God still visit your own sacrifice? When you pray, what happens? When you pray, do you feel the impact? When you pray, do you encounter God? When you pray, does he come? Or has he become so docile? Are you docile and so complacent that there is no time? I know they hear from God again. No, go back to the drawing board. It's time for revival. It is time for revival. Abraham laid his own gift and God immediately came. Came by that burning furnace, that smoking furnace, and burning. The fire is burning in that torch, on that torch. And God said, I have come. I am around. I am around. Remember, the place we read, and I will read it again. God said the fire should be continual. Some of us, we just attend a meeting. Wow, that message, man. Oh my God. And you start, oh, you are hot. You pray 2 weeks, the fire is dead, and you are gone. But God said the fire must be continual. The fire must be burning every day, every minute, every hour, every second, every minute, every hour, every day, every week, every month, round the year. So long as the Lord is still your God, the fire must burn. That is in Exodus chapter 20. Exodus chapter 27, please. And verse 20. The fire must be continually burning. And thou shalt command the children of Israel that they bring the pure oil olive, beaten for the light, anointing, to burn. Let me ask you, the power you received, if you have received power, because, I used to tell people, if you start speaking in tongues before you were born again, you have a demon. Go for deliverance. Pastor, how are you talking? I will repeat myself. If you start speaking in tongues, but you are not yet born again, you know it, that you are not born again, but you speak in tongues, go for deliverance, you have a demon. But Jesus says, and you shall receive power after that the Holy Spirit is come. The anointing you receive, what is it for? That day you were baptized with fire, and you are carrying fire. What is it for? And you shall be my witnesses. Who is a witness? Is it only somebody that talks? No. Talking is a little percentage of the witnessing. Your life. Your life is a book before their eyes. Jesus should not need letter of commendation. You are the letter that anybody that sees you, like they observed Peter and John. And what did they see? They observed that they had been with Jesus. Anybody that sees you, remember, it is when they see the disciples of Christ, they say these people are behaving like Christ. That's where the word Christian came. Acts of the Apostles chapter 11 verse 26. And disciples were called Christian first in Antioch. If they see you, can they call you Christian? If they see you, can they acknowledge Christ? When they see you, can they glorify God? When they see you, can they say, wow, God is great? What do they say? What do they say? Holy life has a voice that speaks when the tongue is silent. That is what I'm talking about. The witnessing is not only when you go, carry megaphone, shout. I'm not saying that carry megaphone to preach is bad. No, never. But your life is the first preacher, the first witness. Are you a witness? You may be a preacher, but you are not a witness. You may go out to share tracts, sell books, or share it, but you are not a witness. Does your life witness for Christ? Witness. When you receive the fire, you are supposed to shine the light for others to see. Mary McKee, that sister, sang a song. Try a little kindness. Show little kindness. Shine the light. Just shine the light for others to see. And if you try it, you don't look to the blindness of narrow-minded people on the narrow-minded street. Just forget about it. But are you shining the light? God says, and thou shalt command the people that they bring thee pure oil olive. And I ask you again, line this up to the 10 virgins. 5 foolish, 5 wise. Are you foolish or wise? Do you have extra oil? Give me oil in my lamp. Keep me burning, burning, burning. Give me oil in my lamp. Oh Lord, I pray. The Lord supplies the oil. But do you take enough? Are you carrying enough? And you say, where is the oil? In your Bible. Where is the oil? In the life you live. Where is the oil? In your interaction. And permit me to use this language, intercourse with the Lord. You know the word of God, but you don't know the God of the word. How close are you to God? Paul the apostle that had encountered Jesus in a very spectacular. I don't know another person that was converted the way he was converted. His own was by fire, by force. So you remember that Oga knocked him down on the way. And he said, who can this be? Who can be this strong? Now, wow, who is this? And Oga spoke. Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me? He said, I know you are stronger than me. If you are not stronger, know how. Who is that person? When I have a letter from the high priest, who is that person? He then called him Lord. He said, Lord, but who are you? I don't know you. I am Jesus, whom thou persecutest. You are who? You mean you are real? The reason I'm persecuting these people is because I thought they were blaspheming. No. I am Jesus, whom thou persecutest. If you are Jesus and you are as real as you have shown me, what do you want me to do? What would you have me do? Remember, by then he was already blind. And he was lying on the ground when he was talking. And then Jesus says, get up and go to the street called Straight. And all that. You know that story better than myself. Go and read Acts of the Apostles chapter 9. Tell me how he got up and went. His people led him. But he was still blind. He was blind for 3 days. 3 solid days. That is how his own salvation went. Now what for you? After that, he testified. He had encounters upon encounters, revelations upon revelations. Go and read your Bible. 2 Corinthians chapter 12. Use Living Bible to read that place. Do you know what he says? That he had much revelation that God became afraid. That was Paul. I ask you a question, sir. What is the encounter you have? Where do I get the oil? Your interaction with him, your relationship with him. As the Holy Ghost becomes your senior partner, every morning you get up, good morning, Holy Ghost. My teacher, my guide, my counselor, come. You are the Annos Paracletos. Come, don't leave me. Jesus said he will not leave us orphans. I don't want to be an orphan, Holy Ghost. It's only you that can make me that I'm not an orphan. Don't go. That's the oil. That's the oil. As you interact with him at all times, you see yourself soaring on the wings of the eagles, soaring. The oil is there. And God said, command the people. It's a command. You must have the oil. You must have the oil. And as you interact with the Holy Ghost, will be giving you scriptures. As you are reading the Bible, the scriptures will jump out. The logos will turn to Rhema. And then you begin to get something personally applying to yourself. And God will be guiding you. And God will be directing you. I ask you a question now. I ask you a question. How are you going about this? How are you going about your relationship with him? Command the people to bring this oil. And what is the oil for? For the lights. So that the fire will be burning. Are you burning? Is the Holy Spirit there? Has your life not become darkness? You have dabbled into sin. A strange woman has come. Bro, when you sing, people start crying and under conviction get born again. But today, your singing is entertainment. You only sing, you still have the voice, but you don't have the spirit again. They only clap when you finish singing. Nobody cries again. Because of that girl you are secretly submitting yourself to. You are dead in spirit, but you can come back to life. And the guy is waiting. Behold, I stand at the door and I knock. If you can come back. Pastor, before, do you finish message before people begin to cry under conviction? But today they are only clapping. They are only clapping. Ride on. Ride on. What are you doing that you are not telling your wife? What are you doing that you are not telling your elders in the church? Are you not stealing church money? Check where you are falling. Check where you... Oh, you have gone into prayerlessness. Check. Check. Are you not telling lies on pulpit? Check it. Let's check this thing. We need to carry this fire. We need to carry this fire. Do you know why? I will tell you. But let me finish the scripture. In verse 21. In the tabernacle of the congregation without the veil, which is before the testimony, Aaron and his son shall order it from evening to morning. Midnight prayers. Do we still pray? Oh God. Oh Lord. Revive us again. Send upon us the spirit of supplication and the spirit of grace, that we may do it the way you want. In the name of Jesus. Why? Matthew chapter 5. Matthew chapter 5. When the fire is on, there is going to be light. Matthew 5. God commanded us something. Brethren, if you check it out from verse 14, ye are the light of the world. Ye are the light. Light is sweet. You are the light of the world. Jesus said, so long as I'm in the world, I'm the light of the world. And we receive Jesus into ourselves. See, let me tell you who you are. Let me tell you, if you are close to any transparent bottle, pick that bottle. Pour a colorful liquid inside the bottle. What color does the bottle take? You are a transparent object. If Jesus comes in, the fire of Jesus will come out. Everybody will see it. You are like the fluorescent tube, the incandescent light. When it is burning on the inside, light will reflect. What are you reflecting? The world or the word of God? What are you reflecting? Village tradition or the tradition of heaven? What are you reflecting? Your intellectual knowledge or spiritual contact? What are you reflecting? What are you showing? What do people see? Purity or carnality? What are they seeing? Oh, check it. Check it out. You are the light of the world. A city that is set on a hill cannot be hid. Neither do men light a candle and put it under a bushel, but on candlestick, and it giveth light unto all that are in the house. Let your light so shine before men. Is it shining? Are you still shining? Have you not become dull? Is it shining? Aha. You are no more shining. Come back. Let's come back and do it the way the Lord wants. Let your light so shine before men, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven. Yes, think not that I am come to destroy the law. No, Jesus did not come because you are hearing me now, and you say we're under grace. And Paul asked us a question: shall we continue in sin so that grace shall abound? And you know we are like fish in the sea. We are not fish. Yeah, we are not fish. We are God's sheep. Lambs are innocent animals. How innocent are you? Sheep are gentle. How gentle are you? Let your light so shine. No wonder in Revelation chapter 1 verse 20, the Lord used the candlestick to represent the church. I want to ask you, is your church still showing the light? Voice of the cross in their days. Come and see the light of God. Is the light shining in your church? Is the light shining in your family? Is the light shining in your life? Is your life still a light? Are you shining unto them? Because God told us, if you read seriously in the Bible, Philippians chapter 2 from verse 14, do all things without murmuring and disputing, because you must shine as light in this crooked world. Ephesians chapter 4, chapter 5, you must shine as light in this wicked world. Are you shining, or have you joined them? A very dangerous slogan. If you can't beat them, you joined them. Very dangerous. And it had killed many. Please, you cannot join them. You must beat them. Because the gates of hell shall never prevail against the church. That sister failed me because she came to my house naked. You need sanctification. If you get sanctified, even if she opens up that side, it will not move you. Yes, when the root of sin is because you have lost. That's why she came naked and you fell into fornication. Sister, I don't know how that man touched me. You have lost. You have lost. They presented that money and could not resist. You have greed. Greed. That's why you fell. Where are you? If you fall in the day of adversity, adversity is not only when somebody slaps you. Adversity can come by pleasure or by pressure. Where are you falling? Child of God, bow your heads. We must carry this fire so that God will be glorified. We want to pray. Thank you, Jehovah, for this privilege. You have spoken to us. We have heard you, Lord. Please, Lord, don't cast us out, but accept us again, that, Lord, we may be your own. Remember, you said that we are married to you. Please, Lord, you have not given any certificate of divorce, but Jehovah will come back, will return. As many as are those that are returning, receive and send forth your fire again into our lives. In Jesus' name, we are prayed. Amen. God bless you real good. And see your brother and your friend Pastor Ambrose Lechialo from Throne of Grace Bible Church. I'm expecting you tomorrow morning by 9 a.m. 9 a.m. God richly bless you.
Be part of this end-time army in spreading God's word to ensure lives are transformed, souls are being saved. Your seeds are needed to push this through. Throne of Grace Bible Church is calling you to be a part of this life-changing program. When you invest in God today, remember you are creating channels for Him to bless you. For more information, call this number.
0902 415 9478 or 0803 339 6368 or 0803 259 5002. God bless you.
I'll put you in front of my melody. You are all that matters. You are all that matters.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
When the weather becomes strict and everything becomes unsteady, the only way to go is tune to Today 95.1 FM. And the world of information, entertainment, and education will be served as breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Welcome to the show. You're listening to today's Quest. A newspaper review segment is what we've got.
Now, Kaz, I can't bring the party to your house right now. Because, even if it's raining, I still bring the heat right here.
I am here for you, and I know you are here for me.
It is surely the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio. But I can't people.
Back here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Today, 95.1 FM. Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
Did you know that there are over 8 million listeners connected to our frequency, covering 6 states across 2 geopolitical zones? Take advantage of our reach and advertise your products, services, events, and businesses on Today 95.1 FM. Get value for your money as millions of people get to know about your business. Give us a call now on 0818-389-2850. Again, 0818-389-2850.
You're about to listen to
Get ready. It's the world of broadcasting as Today 95.1 FM brings you entertainment, information, education as they unfold every day.
Today 95.1 FM.
Do you know that I'm necessarily mentioned? Do you think I used to climb from 3 alone in this video?
So, you say you've not benefited anything from Nigeria?
What was your favorite Nigerian movie growing up? 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
You took time.
Conspiracy. Today 95.1 FM. Don't touch that dial. Make sure you are tuned to your numero uno.
Tell me, where's your money now?
Why,
Peace is a situation where there is no war or violence in a society. Peace allows wealth to accumulate and the society to advance.
Through peace, generations of wealth, education, technology can build up, thereby making people very prosperous and happy.
Without peace, there will be violence, war, and underdevelopment in our society. The most disadvantageous peace is far better than the most just war. Let us embrace peace for a better society.
This message is brought to you by your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM.
It's what I pray for. All around the world. It's what I pray for. All my
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
At my back, I ain't coming.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
a better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth. So help me God.
Let me tell you how I got this far.
This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
This president's failed.
It's about the future of this country.
We're going to take it back. We're going to take it back.
You asked us to vote you into that position so you can bring about that
solution.
So when you vote me, then you sleep. Let me see if I can take another phone call. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
What makes a policeman to be able to feed is the gun he's holding. They use their gun to extort money from people.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
No longer news that we are truly the voice of the people.
Am I not a slave in Nigeria?
I refuse if you are. If you are
a slave. Let's not go to that now. So in Nigeria, that's on Prop is below the Bible.
You spot the difference now? This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the name is the one who made the public know about.
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM, the station with a unique dial.
You're about to listen to
Get ready! It's the world of broadcasting as Today 95.1 FM brings you entertainment, information, education as they unfold every day.
Today 95.1 FM.
Do you know that I'm a settlement mention? Do you think I used to climb from tree alone in this village?
So, you see, you've not benefited anything from Nigeria.
What was your favorite Nigerian movie growing up? 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
It took time.
Conspiracy. Today 95.1 FM. Don't touch that dial. Make sure you are tuned to your numero uno.
Tell me, where's your money now?
Why, man? I will not take out.
How's your Saturday going? Well, it's 10 minutes to the hour of 7. Yeah. So if you went for a wedding, I think you should be back home by now. Except of course you want to follow the couple, you want to be their souvenir or something. Well, how was your Saturday? I hope it was better than mine. I hope you had all the invitations to different Owambe locations. I hope you slayed in that outfit. You know how you get dressed and then you come out looking really good. Yeah, you just feel good about yourself generally. You look at yourself in the mirror and you go, damn. Well, I hope you felt that way today about whatever you wore to your different occasions. So, everybody out there who got married today, congratulations. Yeah, we're happy for you. Irrespective of the fact that you not give us rice and, chicken. But we're going to eat rice when you dedicate a baby, yeah? So, we will forgive you for now. Mm-hmm. And those who attended weddings and you didn't eat rice, hello. I know it can be very difficult. I know it can be annoying, but please forgive the couple. I'm very sure it was not their fault. Yes, you can probably blame it on the caterers or I don't know, the people that were sharing the food or something, but maybe the wedding was just overcrowded. There were just too many people. So I apologize on their behalf. Okay? Yeah, so if you're still on the road and you're going home from a wedding or any other event that you attended, I hope you get home safe. Yeah. So what is trending in Nigeria? What has been trending for the past week? We noticed the burial of Yul Edochie's first son, and our heart goes out for him and his wife May, as well as their older surviving children. We hope that they're able to go through this tough time and come out of it doing better. And then we noticed the dragging of the alleged so-called I don't know, but the alleged second wife, Judy Austin, who came out to commiserate with the family But then, I don't know if that was a good or bad gesture. Depends on your take on the matter. Depends on how you see it. Do you think she was right to post about the death of, her stepson? Because, if she's actually married to Yul Edochie, if he actually did pay her bride price, then that makes the boy her stepson, right? So was she wrong to post about her stepson's death, or was she in the right? Because she's family, right? But in as much as she's yet to be accepted by the mother of the boy, the rest of the siblings, and even the boy himself, Nigerians are saying that she never posted the child's birthday pictures or anything that had to do with celebration, and then he dies and she suddenly runs to her social media handle to post about his death and his burial. So lots of people say no, if you don't get to do that. Well, what do you think? Was she right in posting about her stepson's death? Probably because she's not in good terms with the mother of the child, or not. Alright, and then let's talk about that. And then, okay, as at yesterday we learned of the death of a certain lady that about 67 years ago, or is it about, I think my calculations are okay, I'm not very sure about the date right now, but I know it happened sometime in 1955. That should be about 70 something years now. I don't know, but I'm not good at math. But if you are, then okay, good for you. Yeah, but this happened sometime around 1955. A 14-year-old boy was lynched. He was lynched, and the perpetrators of that act never actually got to pay for committing that dastardly act on the child. It was in an era where black people were still seen as Negroes, and they were, the marginalized sector of the society at the time. So, the white people could literally do anything to the blacks and get away with it. Well, I'll give you the details of that story right after we go for a little tour. Right after we visit an exotic place, I will give you details of that story. Yes. So, the main gist is that so many years later, the lady who was the reason why the boy got lynched in the first place just died. Yeah, she died yesterday at the age of 88. 88. Now, I'm not sure how old she was at the time that this happened, but she lived for so long, even after ending the life of a 14-year-old. So, people have been talking about it, expressing displeasure, and making reference to the time when racism was on a very, very high peak some time ago. It was really a difficult time for the black people in other countries in America, actually. So, yeah, difficult times. But we're glad that with the advancement of technology, modern medicine, that there are all these changes that we have been able to embrace, and all we have to do is to continue to, move forward. Move forward and try to hurt people less. We have to be deliberate. We have to be intentional about our actions, the way we treat people, and the way that we expect people to treat us. All right, so I will take you on this beautiful ride to an exotic place. Yes, let us visit somewhere interesting, because you know me and you know that I love reserving the best things of life for you. So I'll take you on this ride to an exotic place that you should visit if you're either going to go on a vacation or a vacation. So those of y'all who got married today, you might want to check this place out for your honeymoon. Yeah, why not? And if you are planning to get married next week Saturday or sometime soon, you might also want to check this place out. Okay, so just do your findings, put 1 and 2 together. You might actually like it. You might actually like it. Okay, so yeah, exotic places coming your way after now. Yes, let's do this. Let's go on this ride, on this journey. Let's find out where to visit and where not to visit. But in this case, it's definitely where to visit, because we need to, go on a vacation from time to time, especially if you work. Trust me, you need to relax. You need that unwinding session. You do need it, okay? All right, so I'll be right back to give you details of what's trending after taking you on this journey to a beautiful place. All right, so stay with me. Do not touch that dial. I'm still your favorite baby girl, Amaka.
Seychelles, officially the Republic of Seychelles, is an archipelagic state consisting of 115 islands in the Indian Ocean. Its capital and largest city, Victoria, is 1,500 kilometers, about 800 nautical miles east of mainland Africa. Nearby island countries and territories include the Comoros, Madagascar, Mauritius, and the French. Seychelles was uninhabited throughout most of recorded history. Tombs on the island visible until 1910 are the basis for the scholarly belief that Austronesian seafarers and later Maldivian and Arab traders were the first to visit the archipelago. Vasco da Gama and his fourth Portuguese India Armada discovered the Seychelles on 15 March 1503. Seychelles became a crown colony separate from Mauritius in 1903. Elections were held in 1966 and 1970. In 1976, Seychelles was granted independence from the United Kingdom and became a republic. It has been a member of the Commonwealth ever since. In the 1970s, Seychelles was the place to be seen, a playground for film stars and the international jet set.
Now, if you're wondering where to go and what to do when you take a trip to the beautiful and charming Seychelles and live with no regrets, there are so many tourist attractions. And here are some of the best and most popular places to visit and things to do when you visit. Please pay a visit to the capital, Victoria, for sightseeing. It is one of the world's smallest capital located on Mahé Island. Now, Victoria is vibrant and bustling, and it is a shopping and entertainment hub of Seychelles, with about a third of the population residing here. It's certainly the place where you can observe local Seychelles life. Now, while in Victoria, you should see the clock tower. Now, it is described as the Big Ben, a silver-painted copy of the one in Westminster, London, which came to Mahé in 1903 to mark the Diamond Jubilee of Queen Victoria. Now, for more history, do well to visit the excellent National Museum of History. And also, you can look out for Victoria's impressive backdrop of towering granite mountains. Sounds amazing, right? Yes, it does. Now, another experience you should have when visiting Seychelles is to visit the island hopping boat trip. It should be a must-do when you visit Seychelles. If you have time on your hands, pick a few islands and spread out a few days amongst them to explore and get a feel of them all. Make sure to visit the Cousin Island that's brimming with diverse wildlife, Corrèze Island with magnificent mango forest, and of course, St. Pierre, which is popular for its amazing snorkeling sports. But if you have limited time, don't worry. Multiple boat companies offer full days with lunch where you can visit Cousin Island, Corrèze Island, and St. Pierre. So you're absolutely covered. There is also the Mahé Island hiking trails. Now, Mahé is the largest island in Seychelles and has some beautiful nature trails that can take you through the scenes of vibrant wildlife and stunning views across the island. The easiest of the island's trail is the Copila Trail, and it is found in Mont Seychelles National Park, and it takes you 500 meters above sea level. Mont Blanc Trail is another beautiful trail that gives you beautiful views such as some amazing rock formations, and walk the Anse Major Trail. Now, let's talk about the countless charming and gorgeous beaches. And you can enjoy the white beaches and go swimming or diving in Seychelles. And now the beaches in Seychelles are said to be arguably some of the best in the world, and you can drive or hike to and from them. The island's most attractive beaches are near resorts. Sounds awesome, right? Yes, I know. Among the beaches, there's the Anse Georgette. It has beautiful stretches of white sand, and it's on Praslin Island near the Constance Lemuria Resort. There is also the Anse Lazio Beach on the same island near Raffles Resort. You can also visit the Anse Sauce d'Argent and Anse Coco on La Digue. In Mahé, you can visit Anse Intendance, Bouvalon, Anse Louis, Petit Anse. Now, a visit to any of these beaches will make your trip worth every penny spent and keep you going back for more. You can also go and admire the giant tortoises with shells the size of bathtubs. Amazing. Visiting Seychelles without seeing the giant tortoises is a mistake you cannot afford to make, my friend, as they are a delight to meet. They can be found on either Cousin Island or Corrèze Island, as well as the Galapagos Island. You can also behold baby oxbill sea turtles, venture into the sea, While in Seychelles, visit La Digue Island. There you'll find the El Union Estate Farm, which acts as a sort of theme park for Seychelles history. Here, you'll get to see the historic old plantation house, vanilla plantations, a colonial-era graveyard, a boatyard, and a tortoise pen. You can also rent a bicycle and explore the farm. Another place worth visiting is the Vallée de Mar on Praslin Island. It is an ancient forest filled with Coco de Mar palms. It's a stunning nature reserve and UNESCO World Heritage Site located on the Praslin Island. It is home to the remnants of Seychelles' original palm jungles and over 4,000 trees of the legendary Coco de Mar. This historic reserve is described as, wait for it, the Garden of Eden. Mind-blowing. It is amazing. I know, right? How would anyone not want to visit such a place? With the largest and heaviest seeds in the world, the female tree produces a heart-shaped fruit similar to the shape of a woman's pelvic region. Just wow! You cannot visit Seychelles without visiting the Victoria Market. Now, this is Seychelles' most famous market in the capital, Victoria, called the Sir Selwyn Clark Market, more commonly known as the Victoria Market. It's very lively and shows a harmonious blend of the old and new Seychellois way of life. It has stalls scattered around with different commodities, including flavored oils and art. And it's open Monday to Saturday from 4 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Seychelles cuisine is a cuisine of the Republic of Seychelles. Fish plays a prominent part in the country's cuisine because of its location in the Indian Ocean. The Seychelles cuisine has been influenced by African, British, French, Spanish, Indian, and Chinese cuisines. The use of spices such as ginger, lemongrass, coriander, and tamarind are a significant component of Seychellois cuisine. Fresh fish and fruits are sold by street vendors in various places. Staple foods include fish, seafood, and shellfish dishes, often accompanied with rice. Fish dishes are cooked in several ways, such as steamed, grilled, wrapped in banana leaves, baked, salted, and smoked. Curry dishes with rice are also a significant aspect of the country's cuisine. Additional food staples include shark, breadfruit, mangoes, and fish. In the Seychelles, it is normal to drink water with food. If you would like to enjoy an alcoholic beverage, there is often quite a large selection. Say brew beer and French and South African wine all come recommended, although the wine is not quite as cheap as a sea brewer. Even more expensive are harder long drinks or cocktails. Especially popular are rum-based drinks using Takamaka Bay rum, as well as vodka mixers. Two more of the Seychellois' favorite beverages are burka and kalao. The latter is fermented wine obtained from the inflorescence of coconut trees.
The culture of a people is not complete without music. Let's talk about Seychellois music. Seychellois music is diverse and it's a reflection of the fusion of cultures through its history. The folk music of the country incorporates multiple influences. It includes African rhythms, aesthetic and instrumentation such as the zez and the boom, European polka and mazurka, French folk and pop, Sega from Mauritius and other Pan-African genres, as well as Indian and Akkadian music. Contomble is a popular form of percussion music, as it's mutia, a fusion of native folk rhythms with Kenyan benga. It's often played at beach bazaars. Contrendance, based on European contra dance, is also popular, especially in districts and school competitions during the annual International Creole Festival. Music here is sung in the Seychellois Creole of the French language, in French and English. Let's have a feel of what Seychellois music sounds like. The deep blue waters, wide sandy beaches, and paradise on earth stories you hear about Seychelles, here's some few odd stuff you need to know so you can take caution. It is a widely held belief that the tiny island of Mayon is haunted. The most popular story is that there is a ghost there that is protecting buried treasure. Another oddity about the Seychelles is that it was once a pirate hideout, particularly Anse Forbans, Pirates Cove on Mahé and Côte d'Or on Praslin Island. It is believed that famous pirate Olivier Levasseur hid a treasure worth more than $160,000 that remains unfound. Finally, on oddities about Seychelles, Round Island used to be a leper colony. A stone prison still exists till this day. Now I know you feel like taking a trip to the Seychelles. Well, feel free to do so you can discover more of this beautiful Republic of Seychelles.
join always. However, what are the rudiments? How should they be treated? Nigeria, of course, is not alone in the world. In international affairs, how are we going to look at this particular issue? Because when you look at it within the sphere of Nigeria, within Nigerian jurisdictional district, it will indeed mean that you are removing Nigeria from the world. And so this issue is secession and self-determination. Are they genuine or real demands or legitimate demands, whichever way you choose to call it? Or are they treasonable? Because in Nigeria, it looks as if you mention such, you are, in fact, you are going through the path of treason. But today, Hardball is going to trash it. We are going to know. We have very much confidence in the analysts that will be doing justice to it. Therefore, once again, welcome to Hardball this week. Like we said, the theme is secession and self-determination. Are they legitimate demands or treasonable? We have two analysts already who are seated in the studio who are very much ready to fire, but we are telling them to hold their fire until we'll go on a short break and come back. Join us when we come back.
Hardball.
See, you don't want to go say
there are over 150 million people in Nigeria, and that makes 150 million and more arguments. Some agreeing and others opposing on Hardball every Saturday,
8:30 and 9:30
p.m. We bring the strongest opposing arguments into our studios, and we take the gloves off. Don't want to miss the debate on Today 95.1 FM, 95.1 FM of the people.
Welcome back to Hardball. The issue of secession and self-determination, are they legitimate demands or treasonable? The two analysts we have are Emi Fiaraga, who is a political analyst. Emi, you are warmly welcome to Hardball this week.
Thank you, Saima. Nigerians, I greet you this evening. God bless you.
Emi will be saying they are not legitimate demands, but he has his reasons. So don't jump on whatever he thinks. He will reel them out at the opportune time. On the other hand, we have Dr. Obidima JP, journalist and international affairs analyst. Dr. Obidima, you're warmly welcome to Hardball this week.
Thank you, Chief Emmanuel, for having me. And I say thank you, the listening public.
Dr. Obidima will be saying, these twin issues are legitimate demands. They are not treasonable. However, he must indeed fish our points and back them up. Right now, without further ado, we want to move on with Emi Fiaraga. Emi, in your thought, and of course from the literature, I want to believe, because I didn't prepare it with you. I want to believe that you think that if anybody is demanding self-determination or is making a demand of secession from the nation belongs, they are illegitimate demands and, of course, treasonable to that particular nation. But, of course, you have your reasons. Now, if that is the case, could you please help the listening audience so that all of us will change our views if we have it in opposition? Please. We are listening.
Yes, thank you very much, Emma, the moderator. Nigerians, once again, I want to say thank you for this great opportunity to discuss this very important topic. The question for the debate asks, cessation and self-determination, are they legitimate demands or treasonous? To push forth my points and position, I will first recapitulate the meaning of legitimate. They look at cessation and self-determination vis-a-vis the political state, because it is often said, he who seeks equity and justice should come with his hands clean. If not so, it will become a situation where the guilty will be assuming the scent, or what in Ahoro call the sinner scent. Legitimate simply means something valid, legal, right, or just. If you look at it from the eyes of the moral, it becomes something that is it fair, something that is it acceptable. Then from the legal point, we begin to look at it. Is it authorized? Most especially where there is a constitution that governs the society. Then what is cessation? Cessation simply means the withdrawal of a group from a larger entity or union or an alliance with the aim to form or establish a new state. On the other hand, self-determination simply refers to the free choice of one's own act without external compulsion. For me, both cessation and self-determination are not mere phrases, but imperative principle of action. And in all, the intent of secessionist movement or self-determination movement are basically for acquisition of sovereignty. Some scholars I know have argued for what they call internal self-determination, which seek recognition of certain rights and involvement within an existing state. But when self-determination metamorphoses into seeking a defined territory, a permanent population, government of its own, and the capacity to enter into relations with other states or countries, it becomes what I call a no-go area. I, therefore, am here to emphatically declare that secession and self-determination that seek breakaway from Nigeria as not only illegitimate demand, but also treasonable. And I will tell you the reason I am holding forth this opinion. Now, by implication of inductive reasoning, Nigeria, like many other ethnic, multi-ethnic states or multicultural states such as Nigeria, US, Ghana, Canada, and the rest of them, are product of deliberate efforts. Effort occasioned by several processes. Evidential records have shown that before the amalgamation process, before the amalgamation process of Nigeria by the British colonial masters, Nigeria villages, or you call them the various ethnic groups and kingdoms, lived separately, they traded separately, and fought disastrous intercommunal wars among themselves. Okudibe Anoli, a professor of political science, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, in 1978, provided a classical picture of the state of affairs in Yoruba land and the Igbo societies prior to the colonial rule, when he asserted that on one occasion, the Ibadan people were opposed by an alliance of the Egba, Ijebu, Ekiti, Ijesha, and the Ilorin people over the control of trade in the area. Similarly, the Igbo were organized into separate autonomous political societies, conterminous with villages. Intercommunal war also recorded in that area. So I am therefore asking, if it takes the British colonialists to galvanize Nigeria, to galvanize people into a group, and suddenly somebody is now telling us that yes, those things that were made in those days, no, we no longer like it, we are breaking away. Is it a right demand to make? Historically, it is the effort of the Nigerian government under the British rule that galvanized the various ethnic nationalities into protectorates, which were amalgamated in 1914. It is also the effortful workability of the Nigerian government under the British rule to partition Nigeria into socio-economic or socio-political annexation called regions, like the northern regions, the southwest region, which is the eastern regions, and the rest of them. All were product of British effort under the name of Nigeria, which began in 1939 and was operational October 1st, 1954.
Thank you, Chief Imandukwe. I think it is my duty to provide a proper roadmap in this discourse so that my colleague here will not mislead our listening public. And the team, the very operational word here, one is self-determination, another is secession. Are they legitimate demands or are they treasonable? First, let me give a conceptual clarification on these issues because they're imperative. One major issue rocking the fabrics of international peace and security due to minority rights and glaring cases of political and economic marginalization is the quest for right of self-determination. According to Benekede, the right of self-determination can be divided into three broad categories. One, state-centric, society-centric, and legalistic. This is intricately connected to the right of state formation. Nevertheless, the conceptualization of the right of self-determination varies greatly depending on what is being discussed. The right of individual group, ethnic entity, or nation, economic, cultural, or political rights, or the right to autonomy, very important, independence, or union. Though there are several schools of thought, notwithstanding all the divergences, the notion of self-determination seems to be grounded in a philosophical affirmation of the human drive to translate aspirations into reality, coupled with the postulates of inherent human equality. And this is very important. And this is what is lacking in Nigeria. Now again, secession, the political phenomenon known as secessionism, has gained momentum worldwide following the collapse of the Soviet Union. Secession is a concept intricately connected with the discourse on separate state formation. Secession is defined as political withdrawal from an established state, which implies territorial disintegration through severance of part of an existing state territory. Ethnic secessionism and take the form of, divisive, the derivative by a group for far-reaching autonomy within the state. Now, the question now is this: is it a legitimate? Yes, it is legitimate. Yes, it is not reasonable, in the sense that Article 1(2) of United Nations Charter substantially provides for self-determination of people who are going through under colonialism and who are going through either foreign domination or oppression. And this is an instrument, an international instrument that Nigeria appended its signature to. Yeah, because of the controversy around that Article 1(2) of United Nations Charter, that it is meant for colonial people, those who are trying to get away from colonial subjugation. The United Nations went further in 1963 and came up with two instruments. And those instruments give the right of self-determination to people, indigenous people, to express their political will, their economic power and control within a given territorial state. And that is what Nigeria is and part of, based on its own constitution, Article 19D of Nigerian Constitution, that Nigeria will respect every national treaty entered into.
I think one of the problems I have come to see that is bedeviling the world and Nigeria, to be specific, is lack of understanding of the intent of laws or reason why things are created for the betterment of society. It is good my opponent rightly quoted that the United Nations Charter actually recognizes the rights of the indigenous people. But the question is, that United Nations Charter of 1945, what was the mind of it? Was it intended for people to just wake up and say we are succeeding? Or it was intended for a specific reason? And that is why I want to tell my opponent to understand that under international law, the right to secede was intended for people under colonial rule or foreign occupation. The question is, who is under colonial rule in Nigeria today, from the north to the south. Who? Hence, the Charter of the 1945 expresses the position that people have right to self-determination in Article 1 of Chapter 1. Nevertheless, Article 2 recognizes the integrity of states as being vital. Integrity of states. That is to say, every state foreign policy is guided by vital interest. And in the case of vital interest, nations are ready to go to war. When we talk about vital interest, it's subdivided into physical entity, political entity, and cultural entity. The physical entity involves the territorial integrity of the country. The political entity involves the political economy of the country. Then the cultural identity involves the historical values that are upheld by the nation as part of its cultural heritage. Now, states are ready to go to war when this vital interest is threatened. Nigeria is a sovereign state governed by laws, established by law. That is why also I want my opponent to understand that Nigeria, like many other states of the world, are offshoots of constitution at one time or the other. A constitution provides a form in which a state is organized and governed. Constitution also stipulates actions that are permissible or prohibited within its jurisdiction or area of government as a sovereign state. Jim Bowden affirmed that sovereignty is the absolute and perpetual power of a state. In line with Bowden's postulation, in 1974, Professor Arjun Appadurai, an Indian American anthropologist, submitted that the state is an aggregation of families and their common possession ruled by a sovereign power and by reason. Professor Mbachu Obina in 1998 noted body maintains that the absolute quality of sovereignty consists in the fact that the sovereign state tolerates no rival authority above it. And he concluded by saying that only the state is absolutely sovereign, who after God acknowledges no one greater than itself. I'm therefore saying here that the demand for self-determination or cessation is a threat and a rival position against an existing sovereignty. And Nigeria is not a banana republic. Nigeria has laws. Take for an instance, 6 years after the Nigeria independence, a man called Isaac Adakaboru, a native of Kayama from Bayelsa State, was so delusioned by an obvious social, economic, and political subjugation and maltreatment of the present day Rivers people, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, and Cross River by the default Igbo-dominated Eastern region, plus the lack of independent government respect for minority groups, a worse reflection of how the white colonizer had treated Nigerians. Isaac Adakaboru adopted an option of declaring 11,000 square meter chunk of Nigeria as a Niger Delta Republic on the 23rd of February 1966. It turned out that secession was neither a picnic nor a legitimate demand. The military government of Jereangu in Rosi, in collaboration with the governor of the default Eastern region, Chukwemeka Ojukwu, I will come back when my time comes.
I still want to chuckle the way my colleague is beating about the bush here. We are talking of, I still want to draw it to the point of discussion, self-determination. And when Imam Dukwe introduced the topic, he said, we are looking at it from international prism. Whether that right of self-determination and secession, whether they are legitimate demands or treasonable. And you are just reading out things that they are moving from one forest to the other. The point there, let me bring back my listeners to this very topic. That's what you call right. And when right is linked to self-determination, it is a universal right which no nation can abridge. And I want to tell you here that since a right of self-determination is internal and external, The internal right of self-determination is talking of autonomy, political autonomy, economic autonomy of a group within a state. External right of self-determination is secession. And secession could be constitutional. It could be politically negotiated, and it could be unilateral. These are two layers of secession. And there is nowhere in any international law and instrument that secession is made an illegitimate exercise. No. The point is that the lack of granting autonomy in federating units can lead to a process of secession. And secession will be an outcome of undermining those processes. And that is what I want you to know. I also want you to say that, to hear this, that the self-determination is also depicted as a right of the people to demand autonomy within a state. Article 1.2 of Declaration of Rights to Development, DRTD, establishes that the human right to development also implies the full realization of the right of people to self-determination. The African Charter on Human and People's Rights, that is the African Charter, also protects the right to self-determination under Article 21, which says, all people shall have right to existence. They shall have the unquestionable and inalienable right to self-determination. The same article of African Charter further guarantee people freedom to determine their political status, pursue their economic and social development. Article 19 forbids the domination of a people by another under any circumstance. And these are the genuine issues that can trigger for right of self-determination, pursuit of right of self-determination, or even secession in a nation. It does not necessarily mean, according to the ruling of the Canadian Supreme Court, that such will be embedded in the domestic constitution of a nation. It does not necessarily mean whether or not, because the international community provides in the theory of suffering and remedial right, that when people are oppressed, when people are subjugated, when people are dominated, and in the process of demanding for their right, people, the international community, the United Nations can accord that right of self-determination or secession to sever from an existing state. It is happening, and I will tell you in the course of this, so many nations in the world that this thing are taking place. Even here in West Africa, Sudan, and the South Sudan, even if Eritrea in Ethiopia, and what is even going on now, presently in Ethiopia. So, and these are successful, very successful secession that had taken place. Even Senegal used to be with Mali before. Senegal had to pull out at the point that became a separate nation. It is not happening for the first time because of the bad political leadership, because of the sense of domination of a particular ethnic group on the other that has undermined the self or the autonomy of people to exist. So that is why the agitation for self-determination is ongoing and is legitimate.
Before I come back to where I stopped, I think my opponent has made some very bogus statement talking about Canadian court decisions and other sense of dominations and all that within the political sphere. I think to put things in the right perspective, the Canadian court make it very clear that its decision, whatever it says, was never the premise of the decision or the ratio descending of the matter. It was just obitaditum of the matter. And obitaditum is just persuasive. Obitaditum is not binding. Obitaditum is just a by the way when a judge is delivering a judgment. And the court made it very clear that cessation, it is not a matter that an individual will come and proclaim. It must be the conscience of the Canadian states. So my opponent should not mislead people here in the course of this debate. Then the other one, he talk about the African Commission on Human and People Rights. It is also called the Bonjour Charter. He read the Article 20, Article 20, subsection 1. He failed to read the subsection 2 of the Article 20. The Article 20, subsection 2 say, colonized or oppressed people shall have the right to free themselves from the bonds of domination by resorting to any means recognized by international. Then 3, they say all people shall have right to assist the assistance of the state parties to present charter in their liberation struggle and the rest of the. Now the question now is why I make mention of this is who are the colonized people in Nigeria? Is it the people who was the president? Is it the people who have been military president? People who have occupied senior president? People who have been IG? People who have been vice president? People who are occupying all virtual positions that the Nigeria state has in its law? Is that the colonized people? So if the issue is not quest to dominate others, is it the people who have dominated the region? The northern region, you talk about the Hausa Fulanis. The Eastern region, talk about the Igbos. Or the western region, talk about the Yorubas, who dominated the people of Benin and Delta State in the western region then. So who is the colonized and marginalized people then that they needed to free themselves? These are the questions that we must understand. The same Bonjour Charter, my opponent failed to quote it. Article 27 says, every individual shall have duties towards his family and society, the state and legal recognized communities and the international community. Subsection to the right and freedom of each individual shall be exercised with due regard to the rights of other, collective security, morality, and common interest. Article 28 then say every individual shall have the duty to respect and consider his fellow beings without discrimination and to maintain relations aimed at promoting, safeguarding, and reinforcing mutual respect and tolerance. The Article 29 then said the individual shall also have the duty to serve in his national community by placing his physical and intellectual ability at service.
I know that you will run out of gas and agree with me in this very debate. When you are quoting Article 22 of the African Charter, I was laughing because you agree with my position. And let me reemphasize that very Article 22 again for the benefit of our listening public. It says, colonized or oppressed peoples shall have the right to free themselves from the bonds of domination by resorting to any means recognized by the international community. Any means recognized by international community. In Katangese People's Congress versus Zaire, this is reported in Africa Human Rights Law Report 2000. The decision of the African Commission is that under certain situations, including the denial of the right to participate in government as guaranteed by Article 13 of the African Charter, oppressed and dominated peoples within a state are entitled to the right to self-determination. And for many years, the right to self-determination have been used to justify secession of people from its existing mother state under certain conditions. This include in situations where the people are oppressed or where the mother state government does not legitimately represent the relevant people's interests. An example is the Republic of Kosovo that declared independence and thus seceded from Serbia in 2008. The right to self-determination was also used to justify secession when South Sudan seceded from Sudan in 2011 with the consent of Sudan after many years of civil war and violence within Sudan through peaceful negotiation and public referendum. We are talking here, what we are saying, is it legitimate? Is it legitimate or is it reasonable in international law? And my own position is that it is legitimate and it is not reasonable. And Nigeria is a signatory to these international instruments and the laws. And Nigeria has also put it in its constitution that they will respect every treaty entered into.
Well, It is time we go on another short break, and after this particular short break, Emi Fiahaga, who is saying that the quest for the cessation and self-determination is illegitimate. Of course, reeling out his facts in support of that, will continue pushing out his facts, still in support that they stand illegitimate whenever such demands are made. But we are asking the question, is it illegitimate in Nigeria? And perhaps Nigeria is not part of the world. Join us when we come back.
Hardball.
See, you know one good thing.
There are over 150 million people in Nigeria, and that makes 150 million and more arguments. Shoma Green and others opposing on Hardball every Saturday,
8:30 and 9:30
p.m. We bring the strongest opposing arguments into our studios, and we take the gloves off. Don't want to miss the debate on Today 95.1 FM, 95.1 FM of the people.
Welcome back to Hardball. The theme is secession and self-determination. Are they legitimate demands or treasonable? Treasonable, I repeat. Now, Amy, you'll be speaking to the august listenership that indeed, as far as Nigeria is concerned, perhaps tinging it with the global world, but Obidima has come up with several instances that indeed have followed this trend of self-determination and secession, and incidentally were granted such autonomy, because that's another word of such freedom. Now, some, like Kosovo and perhaps South Sudan, became their own countries. Now, are you tired? Maybe you are now looking for a way to get into the loo and then say, Obidima, you've carried it there. Tell us.
You know, I will never do that. You know, he's just quoting, I'll be laughing. Secession and self-determination, are they legitimate or treasonable? He talked about Eritrea. But he didn't tell us the mode through which sovereignty is acquired by intending states. It is through either a successful war of secession or through war of liberation or outright revolution. All this Eritrea and the rest he made mention, all of them went into war. It was through war, through fight, through armed struggle that they got it. And he also talk about that United Nations. And he's quoting, if Nigeria a demand for secession is a legitimate thing because Nigeria is part to an international treaty. And I just told him that Article 2 of the United Nations Charter state very clear that the state interest is very vital. What is the interest? It is the interest of a state that guides international relations. It is the interest of the state that defines the relation between one state and others. And that is what international states ought to achieve in their international relation with other states. Catalonia versus Spain. It was the interest, the vital interest of the Spanish state that made them to crack down on Catalonia people. Is it not in the war that thing happened? It is in the war that it happened. Now, let's come back why I say it is treasonable to demand for secession and self-determination in the Nigerian context. Section 1, subsection 1 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended, unequivocally states the supremacy of the Constitution over all persons and authority throughout the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And subsection 2 emphatically prohibits any person or group from taking control of any part thereof, except in accordance with the provision of the Constitution. Section 2 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as amended, explicitly stipulates that Nigeria is one indivisible, indissoluble sovereign state. Until you amend this provision of the Constitution, demanding for division of Nigeria into smaller sovereign state is rebellious. It is nihilistic. It is deviant behavior. It is uncalled for, and it is unacceptable within the question of an existing sovereignty. That is why I am telling my opponent here to understand this. The majority of the quest for secession are just mentality to dominate others. They are not genuine, because if you look from the north to the south, there is no one particular ethnic group that is colonized within the Nigeria state. There is no one particular ethnic group, particularly the Hausas, the Yorubas, and the Igbos, that is being dominated. At one time or the other, they have dominated. The Igbo dominated in the First Republic. The Ata Fulani have dominated. The Yorubas have dominated. So who is colonizing who and who is dominating who? Is it when you are dominating, it is okay? But when others and now assume the position, that you shout, oh, no, you are being oppressed. These are the things that does not move a state forward. And that is why I am saying yes. In same vein, section 45 of the 1999 Constitution of the Republic of Nigeria has amended paragraph from subsection 1, paragraph A to B and C, told us very clear then everything that is in section 37, we talk about privacy of citizens. Section 38, we talk about freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. Section 39, we talk about freedom of expression and opinion. Section 40, we talk about freedom of assembly and association. Section 41, we talk about freedom of movement, and the rest of the Constitution. Section 45 says nothing in those sections shall invalidate any law that is reasonably justifiable in a democratic society in the interest of public defense, public safety, public order, public morality, public health, for the purpose of protecting the right and freedom of others. If you wake up one day and create a map that include a delta that was never part of Eastern region, that include an Ikwere man, that is not an Igbo or a Yoruban man, are you not infringing on the right of the Ikwere person already? If you wake up one day that you call yourself a Oduduwa Republic, and you have me and Asirijo living in or is a native of Ondo State, and you include me in your map, are you not infringing on my rights already? In the international laws, it says every indigenous people must be accorded their right, and that is what the UN Charter says. Even the African people's right also identify the right of the indigenous people. So if you therefore include my right and infringe on my right by creating your own map and declare Oduduwa Republic or whatever republic, Biafra Republic, are you not infringing on my right? So you are equally undermining the laws that you are claiming that yes, you are a member of party too.
Well, another time has come indeed for us to embark on a short break. And after this particular break, Dr. Obidimma will indeed be espousing, I want to believe, his postulations and, of course, position that secession and self-determination are legitimate demands and they are not reasonable, according to all that he's been saying here. However, Dr. Obidimma, even though you've been able to be pushing out some quotations from notable scholars, international scholars across the world, just like your counterpart, because I don't want to believe that any of you have just brought out whatever quotations he's making from his own mind in support of his own argument. No, I don't think so. You've been pushing out all these quotations from international scholars. But Amy, he seemed to be, in fact, a war horse here. He seemed to be telling you that whatever be the case, that it is nihilistic, using his exact language. I told them to repeat them. That it is uncalled for. But I'm asking the question. He went as far as mentioning what happens in Catalonia and Spain. Because that's part of the world. I have been asking the question, is Nigeria alone in the world? He mentioned all those facts. Now, are you trying to say that, well, maybe I'm losing steam? I'm running out of gas, and so I want to pack up so that, in fact, the whole people that are listening will know that Amy has carried the day.
Well, I thought you brought me to talk with somebody who has a kind of articulation of the topic we are here to discuss. I don't know that my colleague here don't have grasp of what the concept of self-determination and secession. And he's talking of some historical things about Igbo, Yoruba, Niger, Fulani, and all those. We are talking of self-determination and secession as it relates both domestically and internationally. And I want to say this. The Constitution is making reference to who promulgated that Constitution. Is it the people of Nigeria or a military regime without consultation of these federative units of the people of Nigeria? And to say that the constitution say the country is indivisible, that is badadash, as far as I'm concerned. And it's making reference to Catalonia in Spain. I want to tell you, in a plural society, where there is pluralism in a community, in a society, what is the management? How do you cure such a thing? Is federalism. And federalism is granting autonomy to the federating units so that there be peace. And that autonomy is that you should control a certain degree of your government, your economy, your resources. Why in Catalonia, the Catalans, they contribute about 25% of GDP of the Spanish government. It is a region that's culturally and linguistically different from the rest of Spain. And they have an autonomy. They are granted autonomy to a certain degree. But they want to leave Spain. And the international law provides, when you have a reasonable degree of autonomy, the issue of secession is no more feasible. And that is also what is going on in Quebec. In Quebec and Canada, because of that autonomy granted by the Canadian government to the Quebecans, the issue of secession on 4 occasions, the Quebecans has gone for referendum, they failed. So also in Scotland. Scotland, they have also gone for referendum, it didn't succeed. And British government, the UK government, has even devolved more powers to them for them to remain. Is it the case in Nigeria? It's not the case in Nigeria. So when you are quoting constitution, quote it within the context of international law and relations. And it is only clear the issue of management of diversity is self-determination. Are you not saying that Niger Delta people are controlling their resources? Are you saying that the Igbos are controlling their resources? Are you saying that the Yorubas are controlling their resources? Federalism means that the federating units must contribute a certain percentage of what they are earning as a tax to the center. And not, federalism is not top-bottom approach, it's bottom-top. And that is what is lacking in this country, and that is why the issue of agitation for self-determination and secession is going on. And I want to school him again. Secession is a process. I said here when I started that you have constitutional, politically negotiated and unilateral. Constitutional, it is where they agree that they will put this in the constitution and negotiate how a particular part of the country will use that. Political negotiation is where they go to round table, dialogue, which is lacking in Nigeria. Unilateral is by force. We want to pull out. And if in that war, there is genocide, there are killings, international community can recognize, like as it happened in South Sudan. That is what I wanted to know. Not reading Oduduwa here and the Nokai culture. You know, no. That's not why we are here. We are saying, is it a legitimate decision? Now, the Commonwealth has told Nigeria about the human rights violations in Southeast. And this is a process. And if the Buhari government do not abet it, because of that recognition from internal, because it's a concept, because of that sympathy, that they are killing their people, oppressing their people, they may eventually get Republic of Biafra. And that is one way that a nation can be formed. But if the government of Nigeria realizes that dialogue, like what happened in Sri Lanka, the Tamilians and the Sierraleans, it was dialogue that resolved the issue.
I have been laughing because somebody said I lack the understanding of the context of discussion and he wants to school me, yet he doesn't understand how laws are made in societies. Yet he doesn't understand that laws is a product of legislation. And he's asking me if the Nigerian Constitution was enacted or made by Nigerians. And he went further to say, is it military? So the military personnel, whom he assumed that made that law, whether not Nigerians. And it's very sophisticated, very unfortunate that people are still pushing on that argument that the 1999 Constitution is our Constitution. Where the 1999 Constitution was actually the product of Nigerian scholars. A man from Delta State here was the chairman of the 1999 Constitution that made that. It's academia. A man from the law also. So I wonder why people will begin to misinform themselves. I want to push that narrative down to people's throat and for people to accept. He said self-determination under federalism is legitimate and all that. Then I asked, what is federalism? People just believe that because they have read one theoretical framework of one scholar, and therefore it is therefore the basics of measuring federalism and all that. And I want to writers in government and politics do not agree on a common definition of the concept due to experience, environment, knowledge, rationality, intellectual capacity of the writers. The experience of Nigeria is different from the experience of the United States. The experience of Nigeria is different from the experience of Canada. So our political histories are different. That is why there is no common ground on the definition of federalism. Federalism is therefore what the constitution of the state defines it to be. The common thing is that there should be distribution of power, there should be supremacy of the law, and there should be the independence of the judiciary. These are the basic elements of federalism, because it is the agreement that the people will agree together. That is the law, and there should be a body that will interpret the law. That is the judiciary. These are the common ground for the operation of federalism. In Nigeria, I just told that as the Katakomoro was captured on the 7th of March, 19th of February 1966, of March 1966, yes. Why? Because he adopted the option of seceding from Nigeria. If secession and self-determination are be so legitimate, why will he be arrested and over 150 sons of the Niger Delta were killed? If the secession and self-determination is so legitimate, why will Spanish government crack down on Catalonians? America, the UN, and all of them kept mum. And the leader of the Catalonia region was arrested. Some of them jailed. Some people were even killed. If secession and self-determination is so legitimate, why will we have these experiences? He talked about people breaking up, but he didn't tell us the armed struggle that were involved. When you declare a war against your state, you become a deviant. And that is why I am telling my opponent that we have laws. Nigeria is a creation of law. It's a constitutional state. So you must carry out your action in line with what the law says. According to the Criminal Code Act of 1990, it's one of our operating law. Remember, Section 45 says any law that is legitimately valid in a constitutional democracy must be what? Must be allowed. If you carry out armed struggle against the Nigerian state, for an instance, it becomes an offense. And that is why Section 37 of the Criminal Code Act of 1990 says, any person who levy war against the state in order to intimidate or override the president or the governor of a state is guilty of treason and is liable to punishment of death. Subsection 2 of the Act says, any person conspiring with any person in either within or without Nigeria to levy war against the state with intent to cause such levying of war as would be treason if the committed by a citizen of Nigeria is guilty of treason as is liable to punishment of death. All these are laws that govern the Nigerian state.
Unfortunately, I have consistently tried to correct my opponent from the beginning of this thing to see how he can situate his line of reasoning with the very topic under discussion. But unfortunately, he's still talking of Dakabero. He's still talking of Benue culture. He's still talking of Fulani herdsmen. He's still talking of so many things that has nothing. Even quoting, he's not a lawyer, quoting criminal laws here out of context. You know, he don't make law for the bad of the people, but for the good of the people. Any law that is oppressive is repugnant to good conscience. And if it is not in line with the extant laws of international community, it is difficult to operate because we are in a constitutional democracy. And I want to tell him that there have been so many successful unilateral secession in the world. Are you talking of Bangladesh? Are you talking of even Sweden, that Norway that broke out from Sweden? You know, they were the same country before. Are you talking of Denmark? Are you talking of other countries of the world, Pakistan, these are unilateral successful secession that we have known. Even the ones that we are talking here in Africa, about South Sudan, about Senegal and Mali, about Eritrea, and all those things, they were recognized even by AU that initially pushed these things back, that dwelt on the concept of territoriality, territorial sovereignty of a nation. They have accepted it. Now in Nigeria, there is nowhere in Nigerian constitution, nowhere it is written that there will be no pursuit for right of self-determination. Because our constitution, even if we say we are Federal Republic of Nigeria, it's a unitary constitution that is giving power to a particular set of people because that constitution favored them to dominate, to lord it over to the rest. And people are saying, look, and that is the human nature, we cannot, without resisting such domination, we cannot continue to live like this. We must assert our own right to self-determine some certain things concerning our lives, concerning our politics, concerning our economy, concerning our culture, concerning our religion, concerning our language. And what does it take a creative and a strategic government to do? And the solution all over the world is dialogue. But in Nigeria, because of our primitive nature, they want to push away the concept, the tool of dialogue, to handle these issues. And now going to arrest people like Nnamdi Kanu, Igboho, and arresting them in a primitive and crude manner, in a Gestapo manner, kidnapping them from other land, without going through the normal extradition process recognized by international law and relations. Unfortunately, and I want to say it on this platform, that they cannot abate the quest for right of self-determination if the right thing fails to be done by the government of this nation.
I think my opponent have lost direction. When you begin to mention Fulani Herdsmen, mention Nnamdi Kanu arrest and all that, he just showed that he has lost grip of what we have been discussing. And he has continually made mention of international relations. And I just told you the United Nations Charter, Article 2, that recognizes the vital interests of the state. Yet, he is failing to understand and is quoting, misquoting, and misconfusing the whole discussion. And I also want to remind him, Article 29 of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights says thus: the individual shall have duty to one, to serve his nation and its community by placing his physical and intellectual ability at his service, not to compromise the security of the state, whose nations or resident he is, to preserve and strengthen social and national solidarity, particularly when the latter is strengthened, and to preserve and strengthen the national independence and the territorial integrity of his country, and to contribute to his defense in accordance with the law. What law then are we talking about? These are international laws. But my opponent has failed to realize. But because he is trying to misinform himself and the public, that is why he driving this way. We have what they call Unification Decree number 34, which was promulgated by Angu Ironsi in 1966. That was the decree that took power from the region to the central. So who is marginalizing? Who is colonizing who now? That is what I'm asking, that he failed to answer. When something favors you, and the thing turn around, enable to tolerate and enjoy when it favors others. That is how reasonable and civilized people behave. Now when it favor you, it is hooray. But immediately you turn to the other side, then you begin to shout, oh, it's secession, we are breaking away. Why you have other people under you? Are the right of these other people not recognized by United Nations Charter? Are the right of people not recognized by international laws? So respect others and their rights, and don't include them in your mind. That is why secession and self-determination are illegitimate and treasonable.
You see, quoting again African Charter, you quoted out of context as far as this issue is concerned. You quoted something that is quite different from what we are discussing here. Hasn't the kind of those who are agitating for self-determination, Igboho and not the rest, have they carried arms against the state? They've not carried arms against the state. They've not entered into guerrilla warfare. They've not undermined the security of Nigeria. They have legitimately been moving, carrying their matter peacefully, according to the norms of international law. And there is no way that they will even remain in Nigeria shooting soldiers, shooting civilians, without the Nigerians that are following them not go up against them. What we are saying here is that self-determination. What does self-determination means? I've tried to make you understand what internal self-determination is. But unfortunately, you have a fixated mindset of what you want to say in this platform. You don't want to learn. And I'm here to school you. As an expert in this field, you are not an expert in this field. Self-determination means autonomy of federating units in a federation. And secession is a process where self-determination fails. Secession becomes an outcome. And that is to withdraw from that union which we are not originally part of, but we became part of it based on certain agreement. And because we have disagreed on certain things, through military interventions, those disagreements are no more feasible. Can we now come again to negotiate? And that what dialogue, what we will be calling for conference in this nation. There is no way in anywhere in the world, in any country in the world, that self-determination is reasonable. Nowhere. If a man can give you a chance again, just quote one country and I will agree with you and surrender to you. Unfortunately, you have come here to deceive our listening public, and I'm here to enlighten them, and they're enlightened. Thank you.
Well, this is exactly where it all comes down for hardball this week. This indeed is where the curtain falls for it. However, I thank both analysts, Mifia Haga, who is a political analyst, and Dr. Obidima JP, journalist and international affairs analyst. International affairs, let me repeat. Gentlemen, we thank you very profusely for having made it a possibility to have come down to the studios of Today 95.1 FM to air your views on these thorny issues of self-determination and secession. To hear me, they are illegitimate demands and, of course, treasonable. And to Dr. Obidima, they are legitimate demands and so hence not treasonable. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Yes, thank you. We just have time constraint. That is why, if not, there are still more.
Well, next time, we still can go on a second lane of this particular topic. However, to the august listeners, without you, we won't be here. We have discussed, and I think the analysts, in my view, have done very well because they still stay poles apart. Each one supporting his own agenda and, of course, his own facts. I want to believe that the quotations they made are from international scholars. This is Emmanuel Ndukwe, and also not forgetting our engineer here, Enoch, who has put fingers here and there for us to sail through. And so we say thank you, Enoch. But Emmanuel Ndukwe, the anchor, is telling you, it is up to you to know where you pitch your tent. Self-determination and secession, that they are legitimate, that they are not legitimate, is not Emmanuel Ndukwe that will tell you exactly how to eat. So I am saying, I know where I pitch my tent. Until next time, when we come on this particular platform, keep out from trouble so that you have yourself listen to Hardball next time. Bye-bye.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the name is the one who made the public know about.
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM. The station with a unique dial.
Did you know that there are over 8 million listeners connected to our frequency, covering 6 states across 2 geopolitical zones? Take advantage of our reach and advertise your products, services, events and businesses on Today 95.1 FM. Get value for your money as millions of people get to know about your business. Give us a call now on 0818-389-2850. Again, 0818-389-2850.
When the weather becomes strict and everything becomes unsteady, the only way to go is tune to Today 95.1 FM and the world of information, entertainment, and education will be served as breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Welcome to the show. You're listening to today's Quest. The newspaper review segment is what we've
Now
got.
who says I can't bring the party to your house right now? Because, even if it's raining, I still bring the heat right here.
I am here for you, and I know you are here for me.
It is surely the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio.
Back here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Today, 95.1 FM. Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
Don't worry, you.
We're passionate about it.
We love talking.
We are.
Your number one talk radio station. 95.1 FM.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
This president's failed.
It's about the future of this country.
We're going to take it back. We're taking it back.
You asked us to vote you into that position so you can bring about that.
Solution.
So when you vote me, then you sleep.
Let me see if I can take another phone call. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
What makes a policeman to be able to feed is the gun he is holding. They use their gun to extort money from people.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
No longer news that we are truly the voice of the people.
Am I not a slave in Nigeria?
I refuse if you're a slave.
Let's not get to that now. So the Nigerian
You spot the difference now?
95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
And we're back.
Okay, so welcome back from that break. I hope you enjoyed everything you heard on Hardball. All right, now it's that time of the day where we get to talk about a book. We do a little review on a book that, let's say, quite a lot of people must have, read or come across at some point. Are you ready for this week's edition of Book Review? Well, hold that thought. Okay, for our book review today, let's look at the book Ant Hills of the Savannah by the late Chinua Achebe. He was one author notable for writing the most, what do I describe his books as now? But incredibly insightful books. Yeah, the late Chinua Achebe. The novels of the Nigerian writer Chinua Achebe present an essential guide to colonial African history. Yes, and to the tragic characters this history of mutual misunderstanding has created. Now, Ant Hills of the Savannah happens to be Achebe's first novel in over 20 years. Like, that was, he went on a break, on a writing break for about 20 years, and then came Ant Hills of the Savannah. Yeah, the book continued his exploration and condemnation of political corruption in post-colonial Africa, an Africa that is the product of its past. Yeah, so we see the characters in the book Ant Hills of the Savannah take us on a tour through African politics. Now, the post-colonial world of Ant Hills of the Savannah is a world like that of A Man of the People, which is the book before Ant Hills of the Savannah, the book by Chinua Achebe before he wrote Ant Hills of the Savannah. Now, the novel Ant Hills of the Savannah is set in a backward West African state called Kangan, and it concerns three English-educated friends who, after a military coup, abruptly find themselves in the roles of president, commissioner of information, and editor of the nation's principal newspaper. And of course, they were no longer friends. So, the book had a lot to teach about the kind of politics that African leaders, displayed, how they played the politics after African countries began to gain independence. Now, considered in terms of Achebe's body of work, Ant Hills of the Savannah replays familiar scenarios. Now, there seem to be, however, there must have been a maturing of his perceptions about politics and the human conduction. Now, the novel's only flaw is Achebe's unwillingness to fully develop one of the characters, named Sam, by entering as thoroughly into his heart as he does some other characters like Ikem, Chris, and Beatrice. Yeah. In every other way, however, Achebe has written a story that sidesteps both ideologies of the African experience and political agendas in order to lead us to a deeply human, universal wisdom expressed so succinctly by one of the characters called Ikem. Now, it is true that in life, in certain things we do, we try to take precaution, necessary precautions, but sometimes we're not often as careful as as we like to believe that we are. So, Chinua Achebe's candid vision of contemporary African politics is a powerful fusion of angry voices. We find the characters, major and minor, taking us on a journey through politics. We see the characters try to live and love despite the pressurized atmosphere of oppression and intimidation. They really, really just wanted to, live and love, and of course remain friends. But in a world where each day brings a new betrayal, hope is hard to cling on to. Antilles of the Savannah continues the journey that Achebe began with his earlier novels, tracing the history of modern Africa through colonialism and beyond, and it is a work that is ultimately filled with hope. So, have you read Antilles of the Savannah by Chinua Achebe? What did you think of the book? Because it is a perfectly fine look at political corruption in an unnamed African country, and it was set several years after independence. So, what do you think of the book? Do you think that upon gaining independence, Africa and African countries have done better than what they did when they were being colonized? Looking at the difference between the post-colonial, pre-colonial, and of course post-colonial era. So, has there been any notable change in leadership, power, economic development? So Antilles of the Savannah explores that angle of African leadership during the post-colonial era, and might leave you questioning whether or not African countries have actually done or have actually achieved what they set out to achieve by gunning for independence. So you might want to think about all of that. But hey, Antilles of the Savannah is a must-read if you want to understand post-colonial, if you want to understand politics in post-colonial Africa. Antilles of the Savannah, that title highlights the importance of a strong community. It gives people the message to overcome the history of suffering by inculcating a strong sense of community among them. The imaginary nation that was used in the book, the nation of Kangan, was seen as the homeland, the strength and protection of the people, just like an anthill is for ants. So, you might want to take a look at the book, because it's definitely going to be a good read. And if you have read it before, you will agree with me that it was insightful, knowledgeable, gives you an idea of what politics was in Africa, what it was like in Africa after most African countries gained their independence. Alright, so that's it on the book review for the week. I'll be back here at 10 p.m. for the news, so I don't think you want to touch that dial. I think you want to stay listening to Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. So at 10 p.m., I will be back here to give you the news. Alright, so do not go anywhere.
this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your Premium Talk Radio station.
We are your Premium Talk Radio station. Today 95.1 FM. The station with a unique dial.
What is it? How come Chukudi, that guy, Chukudi, how come he's making more sales than us? And we are in the same line of business.
Relax. Cool down.
Are you sure he's not using something? Ask him so that whatever he's using, we can use it.
I'll do something. I'll meet him.
Ask him now.
I'll meet him. He's my brother. Calm down. What is that thing you are doing? I'm your brother. What is that thing you're doing? Look at your shop now. It's always busy.
Look, my friend, it is very simple. I don't tell you this thing before, but you know
I am willing to go anywhere, any length. Just what is it you are doing? What is the secret?
It is very simple. See, just take your business, okay? Take your business, go to Today.fm for adverts, and you go experience change.
Chukudi, stop this joke now.
I tell you, because now, as they talk so, their rates don't drop.
Chukudi, are you being serious?
I did tell you.
This man goes safe. Got Chukudi. Want buy something? Got Chukudi.
You collect money. Chief can face you come now.
I come. Emeka, I need to go now. And don't forget though, Today 95.1 FM. Carry your business, go give them, and you will see change.
Yeah, you can be the greatest. You can be the best.
Chukudi, Dalu, thank you very much.
Biko, be family.
Thank you.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
a better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth. So help me God.
Let me tell you how I got this far.
This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
I mean, it's great if it's already in the curriculum.
My dad is a thief.
Hey, stop slipping with that dial. Be faithful.
Remember, you can send your thoughts to 070-1933-9962.
Be faithful to 95.1 Today FM.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Good evening. This is the world news on your premium talk radio. Today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Amaka Felix. Look at the headlines. Petron insists current administration lacks willpower to remove fuel subsidy. First batch of Nigerian evacuees from Sudan arrive Nigeria soon. NARD threatens strike, gives federal government 2 weeks to implement agreements. And on the foreign scene, former Prime Minister of Sudan warns conflicts could become worse than those in Syria and Libya. Details in a bit. Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike is set to inaugurate a committee that will plan the inauguration of the governor-elect Siminalayi Fubara and his deputy, Professor Ngozi Odu. The 220-member committee will be chaired by the Secretary to the State Government, Tammy Danagogo. The Petroleum Product Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria says the current administration lacks the willpower to remove fuel subsidy. PETROAN, who is in support of the removal of fuel subsidy, believes its removal will address the issue of fuel scarcity in the country. River State Chairman of PETROAN, Francis Dimpa, in an interview with Today FM's Ifunaya Obeme Ndukwe, noted that fuel subsidy will not be removed if its removal is hinged on the functionality of the refineries in the country. He said some persons are largely benefiting from the fuel subsidy, hence the subsidy should be removed.
The removal of subsidy is going to solve the perennial problem of fuel scarcity in this country. We are still saying that subsidy has to be removed. The paparazzi by federal government in the removal of subsidy is in their own interest. You say you remove subsidy, just one day, 24 hours after, you say what you are doing is to expand the committee for the removal of subsidy. We don't understand. All we know is that the present government does not have the willpower to remove subsidy, and the incoming government is part of the present government. We don't know where we are heading to. It is true that Labour is saying that before you remove subsidy, refineries has to be working. And I told us last year that if the refinery, we have to wait for the refinery to work, subsidy may not be removed, because there are people in this country that are feeding fat on this subsidy regime. So the best thing you can do is to stop them from feeding fat, and then you will freeze it. They will not have any option than to freeze the refinery. It will take us maybe hard time of 1 or 2 months, and everything will normalize. PMS will normalize.
Francis said a private partnership with petroleum marketers will accelerate the rehabilitation of the refineries in the country.
Well, we are making representation. Our national office is making representations to them that if they need us to come in, and we know we have the capacity to come in, because we are on the end of the game. We are the one that takes this product to the end users. So we have the capacity to come in and get these things done. Most of us, our filling stations are extremely very, very functional. Most of us have the capacity to come together, and that the refineries will work. If they do PPP with with us. We are sure it's going to work. But be that as it may, they promised us that refinery will get running by the end of last year. And I said I didn't believe it. And now they are saying the refinery was going to get running by the first quarter of this year. And today is April, and it appears first quarter has not finished. So let's still be very hopeful that refineries will come on stream.
The National Association of Resident Doctors have given the federal government 2 weeks to implement agreements concerning their demands or face industrial disharmony. The resident doctors made this known in a communique issued today at the end of their extraordinary National Executive Council meeting held in Abeokuta, Ogun State. The meeting, which held from Thursday, April 27 to today, was predicated upon burning issues affecting the welfare of the doctors and the alarming rate of flight of doctors and other healthcare workers on account of poor remuneration, grossly inadequate funding of the health sector, and the attendant negative effect on the citizens and the health workers. The doctors are demanding an immediate increment in the consolidated medical salary structure to the tune of 200% of the current gross salary of doctors, in addition to the new allowances included in the letter written by the association to the Minister of Health, Dr. Osage Ehanire, on July 7, 2022, on the review of CONMES. The first batch of Nigerian evacuees from Sudan is set to arrive in the country. A joint statement from the Ministries of Foreign Affairs as well as Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development said the evacuees are currently in Egypt but will land in the country in no time. While giving further details about stranded Nigerians in Sudan, the statement signed by the Foreign Affairs, Janet Olisa, and Nasir Sani Gwerzo of the Humanitarian Ministry noted that over 600 people have been taken to Egypt and that more are expected to join them. They also dismissed the outcry over the $1.2 million earmarked by the federal government for the evacuation process. Stakeholders in the Niger Delta have called on the federal government to collaborate with its counterparts in the Gulf of Guinea and immediately establish a task force against organized crime in Nigeria and the Gulf of Guinea to help fight organized crimes in the region. Speaking at a national conference in Port Harcourt, the Executive Director, Youth and Environment Advocacy Center, Nigeria, Fine Face Dumnamene, emphasized on the need for government to collaborate with non-state actors and the provision of alternative livelihood to stem the activities of artisanal refining of crude oil ravaging the Niger Delta. Fine Face explained that organized crime thrives because security agencies turn a blind eye because they are complicit in the crimes, especially the crime of crude oil theft.
And we are all gathered and we put our heads together and we are discussing, we are brainstorming. So what the organized crime we are talking about here has to do with those crimes that you have criminals organize themselves, put themselves together to commit within our community. Some of these crimes manifest as, pipeline vandalism, crude oil theft, illegal bunkering, artisanal refining, arms smuggling, and also the issue of drug trafficking. And even human trafficking is also part of this. And none of these crimes that happen outside or across the border of Nigeria that does not involve or pass through other countries in the Gulf of Guinea. That is why we are putting together several countries like the Congo, DR Congo, Cameroon, you have Nigeria, you have to come together and put themselves together the way they have done through the Gulf of Guinea Commission and then coordinate their effort to fight organized crime in the Niger Delta.
On his part, an international relations expert, Ikiri Joe, noted that Nigeria lacks the capacity to fight organized crimes perpetrated in the country. Joe, who spoke at the sideline of the conference, suggested the federal government should establish a well-equipped Nigerian Coast Guard in addition to the existing armed forces. The Catholic Bishop of Sokoto Diocese, Matthew Kuka, has decried the effects of insecurity on education in Nigeria. The revered cleric, who delivered the keynote address at the Parents' Summit of the 2023 Education Week in Edo State, described terrorists behind the disturbing cases of insecurity across the country as saying no to humanity. Kuka further described such perpetrators as people of darkness that must be fought as a country. According to him, without such resistance, Nigeria has no future. Kuka also threw his weight behind calls for a minimum of 30% representation of women in governance, noting that his support is strictly reserved for women who do not have husbands roaming the proverbial corridors of power. The governor of Borno State, Professor Babagana Zulum, has commended the Nigerian army for fast-tracking, restoring and enhancing security in communities formerly under the control of Boko Haram insurgents, leading to the safe return of inhabitants. Zulum stated this at the Sandford dinner organized by the 7th Division in honor of the immediate past GOC and Commander Sector 1 Operation Hadinkai, Major General Wadi Shuaibu. The event was held amid intensified efforts by the state government to relocate internally displaced persons to liberated communities across the state. The governor said apart from addressing the root causes of insurgency, which his administration is piloting, the cordial working relationship with the Nigerian army has facilitated the gains recorded in his administration's restoration drive. Zulum also stated that the restoration of inhabitants to their ancestral homes had not only strengthened their resilience, it has shown that Boko Haram can be defeated. This is the world news on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. After the break, more news, sports, and foreign stories. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Welcome back. You are still listening to the news. President Muhammadu Buhari has approved the postponement of the 2023 population and housing census earlier scheduled for May 3rd to 7th. The new date is to be determined by the incoming administration. This is according to a statement made available to newsmen today by the Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed. Buhari was said to have given the approval after meeting with some members of the Federal Executive Council, the chairman of the National Population Council, Nasir Issa Kwara, and his team at the presidential villa in Abuja yesterday. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has backed the postponement of the 2023 census by the federal government. President Muhammadu Buhari today approved the postponement of the 2023 population and housing census, earlier scheduled for May 3 to 7, 2023. The date, according to the president, is to be determined by the incoming administration. Reacting to the decision, Obi described the postponement as a favorable and welcome development. According to him, national census is a critical development and nation-building tool. He made his position known in a series of tweets on his official handle today. Similarly, Benue State Governor Samuel Otom has commended President Muhammadu Buhari for approving the postponement of the 2023 National Population Census. In a statement by his special advisor, Media and Publicity, Terva Akase, the governor stated that in an appeal to the federal government on April 13, he had called for the exercise to be postponed until adequate security was guaranteed in the country. The governor had argued that conducting the census would amount to injustice and deprivation of millions of displaced Nigerians. Tom urged the federal government to ensure that Nigerians whose communities have been taken over by bandits and armed herders regain their lands and return home. The Ohaneze Ndibo Ime Obi has declared that no force on earth will stop the swearing in of the president-elect Bola Tinubu on May 29. Ime Obi, which is Ohanese's highest decision-making body, said the organization would give Tinubu the maximum support towards ensuring that his administration succeeds. It was reacting to a faction of the Ohanese that it would not recognize Tinubu as the president-elect over his refusal to include Igbos in his transition committee. Speaking through the Ohanese's Secretary General Okechukwu Isiguzoro, the body stressed that it recognizes Tinubu as the president-elect of Nigeria and would support him after his inauguration. A former group managing director of the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, Andrew Yakubu, has sued the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission over an alleged refusal to release his $9.8 million after a court judgment acquitted him of fraud charges. In the originating summons filed before Justice Inyang Eko of the Federal High Court Abuja, Yakubu, through his counsel Ahmed Raji, is asking the court to determine whether the EFCC ought to still have in its custody his seized monies after the judgment. He is praying the court for an order directing the defendants to immediately release the monies to him pending the determination of the EFCC's appeal. Yakubu wants an order directing the defendants to immediately transfer the said monies into an account under the control of the Federal High Court's Chief Register or into an account to be operated by the Chief Register, the EFCC, and him pending the determination of the appeal. But the EFCC, through its counsel Farouk Abdullah, in a notice of preliminary objection, prayed the court to dismiss Yakubu's application, saying it was an abuse of court process and the court lacked the jurisdiction to entertain the matter owing to appeals pending before superior courts. The matter has been adjourned to May 18 for hearing. Operators of the EFCC raided the property of the former NNPC GMD in Kaduna on February 3rd, 2017 and recovered the sum of $9.8 million and 74,000 pounds stashed in a fireproof safe. He was alleged to have omitted the monies from the EFCC asset declaration form given to him to fill in 2015. Moving on to the foreign scene now. The former Prime Minister of Sudan has warned that the conflict in his country could become worse than those in Syria and Libya. Abdallah Hamdok said the fighting will be a nightmare for the world if it continues. The latest ceasefire between warring generals is faltering, with airstrikes reported in the capital, Khartoum. Almost 2 weeks of fighting has left hundreds dead, while tens of thousands of people are fleeing the country. Thursday night's extension of an uneasy ceasefire between the rival factions followed intensive diplomatic efforts by neighboring countries, as well as the US, UK, and UN. But the 72-hour extension has not held. Air, tank and artillery strikes are reported to be continuing in parts of Khartoum. Speaking at a conference in the Kenyan capital, Nairobi, Hamdok called for a unified international effort to persuade the Sudanese military leader and the head of a rival paramilitary force to hold peace talks. Elsewhere, the UK government has told NHS doctors in Sudan they can now catch evacuation flights out of the country in a U-turn on its previous policy. More than 20 NHS medics were initially told they could not board flights because they were not British nationals although they have UK work permits. The government confirmed to the BBC that non-Britons living in Sudan working for the NHS could be evacuated. The change comes just hours before the UK's final rescue flights out of Sudan. Fighting erupted in capital Khartoum 2 weeks ago due to a power struggle within the Sudan's military leadership. A UK government spokesperson told the BBC the evacuation criteria had been extended to non-British nationals in Sudan working as clinicians within the NHS and their dependents who have leave to enter the UK. A gunman has killed 5 people, including an 8-year-old child, at a home in Texas. Among the other victims were 2 women found lying on top of 2 surviving children. The incident happened in the town of Cleveland, northeast of Houston. The local sheriff's office says the suspect is a Mexican man who is armed with a semi-automatic rifle. He is still on the run. Police believe the man was intoxicated as he began shooting near the house. They said when residents asked him to stop, he opened fire inside the home. A total of 10 people were at the property at the time. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. Petron has insisted that the current administration lacks the willpower to remove fuel subsidy. The first batch of Nigerian evacuees from Sudan are set to arrive Nigeria soon. You heard that NARD has threatened a strike action and has given the federal government 2 weeks to implement its agreements. And on the foreign scene, we told you that a former Prime Minister of Sudan has warned that the conflicts in Sudan could become worse than those in Syria and Libya. That was the news as edited by Ifunaya Obeme Ndukwe. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. I am Amaka Felix. Thank you for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Okay, it's live on Today 95.1 FM. Where else can be better? Tuning on to Today 95.1 FM and we will make your day.
Did you know that there are over 8 million listeners connected to our frequency, covering 6 states across 2 geopolitical zones? Take advantage of our reach and advertise your products, services, events, and businesses on Today 95.1 FM. Get value for your money as millions of people get to know about your business. Give us a call now on 0818-389-2850. Again, 0818-389-2850.
When the weather becomes strict and everything becomes unsteady, the only way to go is tune to Today 95.1 FM. And the world of information, entertainment, and education will be served as breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Welcome to the show. You're listening to today's Quest, a newspaper review segment is what we've
Now
got.
who says I can't bring the party to your house right now? Because, even if it's raining, I still bring the heat right here.
I am here for you, and I know you are here for me.
It is surely the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio.
Back here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Today, 95.1 FM. Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
You're about to listen to
Get ready! It's the world of broadcasting as Today 95.1 FM brings you entertainment, information, education as they unfold every day.
Today 95.1 FM.
Do you know that I'm necessarily mentioned? When I talk about market, do you think I used to climb from 3 alone in this business?
So, yeah, you say you've not benefited anything from Nigeria.
What
was the favorite Nigerian movie growing up? 1, 2, 3.
You
took time.
Conspiracy. Today 95.1 FM. Don't touch that dial. Make sure you are tuned to your numero uno.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
This president's failed.
It's about the future of this country.
We're going to take it back. We're going to take it back.
You asked us to vote you into that position so you can bring about that
solution.
So when you vote me, then you sleep.
Let me see if I can take another phone call. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
What makes a policeman to be able to feed is the gun he's holding. They use their gun to extort money from people.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
No longer news that we are truly the voice of the people.
Am I not a slave in Nigeria?
I repeat, if you're a slave,
let's not do that now. But in Nigeria, that's
You spot the difference now?
Did you know that there are over 8 million listeners connected to our frequency, covering 6 states across 2 geopolitical zones? Take advantage of our reach and advertise your products, services, events, and businesses on Today 95.1 FM. Get value for your money as millions of people get to know about your business. Give us a call now on 0818-389-2850. Again, 0818-389-2850.
And we are live. Welcome, my people, to the program Talk Your Own, Make Naija Better. The program where they carry microphone enter every corner for Naija so that he said go talk to team where they prepare you for body. Make we help you table am. My name na Ekpedeme, aka Super. This is the week of Salah, so I just want to say Baka the Salah to everybody where they do the Ramadan fast. Now this Salah then they share meat. I know we ask that question every time, but is it this Salah? If not this Salah of my people, oh yeah, you know what to do now. As usual on the program, we shall focus on something that worries the minds and thoughts of every family. Something we can't possibly discuss too much. But before then, let's listen to this.
Welcome back. This is your boy Blaze, and I'm here with Mr. Jason, our social media expert, and he just told us why the COVID-19 vaccines have issues. Mr. Jason, is it possible to... Oh, sorry. Looks like we have a caller. Hello?
My name is Chloe.
Hi, Chloe.
My question is to your guest.
Please go ahead.
Where did you get all this information about the COVID-19 vaccine from?
Well, you know, as an influencer with over 500,000 followers, I have access to various blogs and pages.
Wait a minute. From blogs?
Of course.
Unga presenter, you shock, Abi. Mr. Jason, you be doctor. Are those blogs run by the NCDC, WHO, or MPHCDA?
Well, I mean, no, but I mean,
Stop sharing lies about the COVID-19 vaccines. You're putting lives in danger.
Authentic info on the COVID-19 vaccines can be got from the WHO, NCDC, and NPHCDA websites. So, protect yourself, family, friends, and community from COVID-19. Get vaccinated sharply.
Do it for love.
Do it for love.
Do it for love.
Talk your own. Talk your own. Talk your own.
So sharply like this, let's take a look at what we have today on the show. Back in the year 2015, the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act was signed into law, carrying a life sentence for convicted rape offenders. But according to Amnesty International na body where they look into human rights matter, then talk say 11,200 rape cases were reported in Nigeria in the year 2020, including children raped to death by the rapists. This number, of course, it don't change by now, but may I ask, why does the case still remain high? If them talk say for 2015 they don't sign law where they say you go life imprisonment if they catch you, but yet the number still dey high. How strong is the legal framework for tackling the menace in Nigeria? And by legal framework, I dey talk about the law, the police, and the courts. Today on the program, we will be listening to a town hall meeting we did in 2016, just a year after signing the law against rape in Nigeria. Make we find out if the discussion that time still remains relevant and valid to what the situation is today. Let's listen.
Talk your own.
On the panel to discuss this issue are the Assistant Commissioner of Police, Plateau State Command, Giogon A. Grima, of the State Criminal Intelligence and Investigation Department, JOS. Jumai Madaki, State Coordinator, Women Trafficking and Child Labor Eradication Foundation, Watcliffe, and Deputy Director, Child Welfare from Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development, Joseph Dang Gwaisam. And in the hall are Nigerians from different walks of life. We don't come to chook mouth inside this very important matter. We also have children in our midst, and they've come here to, in their own way, discuss the matter. You're all welcome. Most times, talking about rape can be a very difficult topic. Stigmatization makes it very difficult for people to come out and talk. However, in the hall, we have some people who are victims of rape. Their experiences may be very graphic, but we have to hear them.
I was staying with my aunt at Abuja. Her husband is a policeman. He has been making an attempt to sleep with me. I reported to my auntie, to my church, and to my neighbors. But my auntie did not make any attempt to her husband. Later, she was saying that I was lying to her husband. So it was around 1 a.m. when he came to our room with knife and said if I did not allow him to do what he wants to do, that he's going to kill me and kill himself. He raped me. He was taking me to where I don't know. So when one of our neighbors came out and I shouted.
Thank you very much for sharing your story. So I have another person here. She's a grandmother to a victim. I would like you to quickly share your story.
I'm here to chook my mouth for this matter for my grandchildren. Well, he normally invite them to his room, and he will, just like the children said, he will buy biscuit, buy things for them, and he will start fingering them. From there, he will remove his cloth and change another cloth. Then he will start using his bonbon to their bonbon.
How old are these children?
The elderly one is 8, and the small one is 6.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story. But let me ask you, Joseph Gwaisam, now you're from the ministry. How does it make you feel that in 4 months, the state reported 50 cases of rape?
I feel mad. I feel worried because it's an abuse to humanity when an adult is raping a minor. And that has been the concern of myself and the entire staff of that ministry.
So what have you done about this?
Right away, we have embarked on sensitization visits in the 17 local government areas.
So who are you sensitizing? Sorry,
we are sensitizing the entire community members.
Sorry, can I just ask again? Now, you say you're sensitizing the people. On what exactly?
On the evil of rape in the state and in the country.
Now, Jumai, life imprisonment for rape offenders. That's what the law states now. Do you think the law has made adequate provision to punish offenders?
Well, I would like to start by saying that the whole institutional setup is not efficient. I want to say it's garbage because there's no result. You know, I expect the ministry to be more proactive. This is something that has come on. The commissioner has said it. We don't expect just who are sensitizing. The law says you must have a witness. Is this done openly? If you're raping me, will you do it on the street? How can I prove it? So the whole setup that you need to prove that somebody has to see, you have to take the person while the act, immediately after the act. How many times do you get to catch these people red-handed?
Maybe at this point I should bring in the police. Gyogon.
Cases of rape, the investigations involve a lot of technicalities. Immediately a case of rape is reported, the first thing that is expected is that the scene of crime should be secured first. And immediately the victim is moved to a certified medical center.
So you have to go to the hospital.
Definitely.
To check the victim.
Definitely.
Why do you have to take them to the hospital?
Rape has to do with the use of force and unlawful penetration. The medical expert will have to check and certify that actually that act took place. And these are the evidences.
Okay, well, at this point, I need to go to the audience. Do you think this procedure is good enough? We have somebody's hands right behind.
Okay, my name is Fabong Jem Chang. I'm a consultant family physician. Now, well, when a patient comes into the hospital, in most of the instances, the evidence have been distorted. That is the truth, if we are to tell ourselves
What do you mean by distorted?
Probably the victim has been washed. Probably the victim had taken some medications. Take, for instance, the time through which this matter is reported is very important. Very important. If somebody comes after a day, 2 days, 3 days, my hands are tied to the back and I'm meant to just report what I've seen, which is why it's always an alleged matter.
My name is Gwamkat Gwamji. I sincerely feel the process is cumbersome. It's deliberately done to kind of glorify or protect the rapist and further victimize the victim.
So I'm back to you, officer. You brought up this issue of the procedures that one has to go through, and then you mentioned going to a medical center and all. We talked about the issue of people coming to report cases, and earlier you said just 13 that the police has handled. So why do you think that people are not coming to report cases to the police?
For me, I want to believe that maybe family influence might be one basic reason. There is this stigma that people believe that is always attached with such type of instances.
Could it be the attitude of men of the police, perhaps? I mean, we hear of cases where women are raped and the police antagonize them for how badly dressed they were. Or, they have this popular question that they say, wait till you go find there.
Well, that does not form part of our investigations. Let me ask you, is it safe for you to go to where there are dry grasses and begin to play with naked fire?
I don't understand that question.
What might prompt such type of questions from police officers, as you said, might likely be that if somebody is brought in to the station as a victim of rape, you first of all look at the victim.
Really?
I'm coming. You have to assess. Excuse me. Maybe this lady has gone clubbing. What is their posture of dressing?
Really?
At those places.
So your dressing has a lot to do with,
of course,
whatever happens to you.
Yes, but it does not exonerate the criminal.
Really?
You understand me?
Okay,
it's just like
we need to hear from people. A lot of people's hands are up. So there's a lady there behind.
My name is Mildred Bako. I honestly do not agree with what the policeman is saying, because I feel that there's no justification to rape. If you say that, okay, because of the way the lady is dressed, what about people that rape infants? How are they dressed? Is it the pampers they are wearing that is seducing the man, or what?
Okay, my name is Margaret Choji. Just like the police officer has said, it reminded me of a friend of mine who was raped back then. When they got to the station, they said the girl is up to the age. She's not a child anymore. She was 16 then, but they said she's a girl. They can just go home, and that was how they dismissed the case. I felt very bad. I didn't even cry when she was raped. But when I heard of the police comments, I had to cry.
My name is Clement Selbong.
All the religions we practice in this nation, all of them preach high sense of decency and morality. Those books all have verses that do not lead somebody to desire your physical body, because if you tempt the man, the Lord God will take it against you, hold it against you.
So are you justifying
what I'm
that
saying
statement?
is, no, what I'm saying
is,
I'm talking to both sides. It's not right for you to say you're raping somebody because the person is dressing indecently. It's not right. But then I'm also saying the holy books also warn us not to be dressing indecently.
I'm Olajumoke Lakafa Shakim. If I see government officials, whether with the Ministry of Women Affairs or Child Welfare, that are not passionate about my case, I won't report.
So you don't think they're passionate enough?
I don't feel their passion. I'm sorry, but I don't feel their passion.
Joseph, I'm back to you from the Ministry of Women Affairs, and I'm going to ask the same question. What do you think about what ACP Girgon has said?
You know, just like my colleagues have spoken, the present Commissioner of Police is highly educated, and he has...
You have not answered my question.
Well, professionally, I think he has spoken, but for us in the Ministry of Women Affairs, honestly, it's not a perfect presentation.
So, are you saying that ACP Girgon is wrong with that statement to say, even though, according to what he said, it does not change their investigation, but that the police can also tell you the way you are dressed is why that thing has happened to you?
Well, it's not wrong, because two wrongs cannot make a right. And I think what I am saying here is that he has spoken and people contributed, and we...
So you're saying he's right with what he said?
Not so right. Yes.
You actually need to take a stand.
Yes.
Is he right or he's not right?
Well, he's right.
I'm Stanley Stevens. My problem is with the police. I've had a case, a friend was raped and we went to the police station. And the first thing the policeman told us is, why are you crying so much? Is it your first time? How do I come back to you and get justice when I know you already have this mindset? There are mad women out there who don't dress up. Do you rape them?
You're listening to Talk Your Own, Make Nigeria Better, and this is the Town Hall Meeting edition of the program. Today we're in Jos, looking at how strong the legal framework is against rape in Nigeria. We have on the panel ACP Girgon A. Grima, State Criminal Intelligence and Investigation Department, Jos. Jumai Madaki, State Coordinator, Women Trafficking and Child Labor Eradication Foundation, Watclef, and Joseph Dangwaisam, Deputy Director, Child Welfare of the Ministry of Women Affairs. Now, let's talk about impediments to prosecuting rape cases. Just 18 convictions in Nigeria's legal history. Jumai, what's responsible for this low rate?
Well, those are just figures. They don't just sound right. I personally, I've gone to court with about 10. This is within this year, and no one has been sent to jail or anything.
Okay, let's hear from people.
My name is Mary Wia. I am a lecturer with the Sociology Department, University of Jos. I think that the general attitude of blaming the victim is what makes it very difficult to even prosecute a case successfully so that you can get convictions. And then most of the times, what is usually done is mediation. People just mediate and then they make some kind of settlement and it just goes away.
For one, to prove rape is very hard. I do more of defense, and I'll say that it's normally a walkover, when it comes to defending a perpetrator, a supposed or presumed perpetrator of rape, because to prove it is very hard. One. Two, reporting, like they have said, is a big deal because of the attitude of the society. When I say society, I include the law officials, the police, and even sometimes we in the society. Someone tells you I was raped. The first question you ask is, what were you wearing? Or what were you doing there? That attitude is enough. Then culture is there. There's sanctioned rape. If we look at the definition of rape, consent is key. As long as there is no consent, whether the consent was withdrawn halfway, as in you had started what you thought, I have hit the jackpot today, I'm going to have sex with this girl, and then she says no. The minute she says no, you have to stop. The law itself needs a review, really.
I have a question. Does it seem like the law is working against victims?
Yes.
Thank you. We're going to take some more, but I have two questions quickly for ACP Giogon. Now, when a case has been reported to you, then the family begins to put pressure on the person that we don't want you to continue with the case. What happens then? Does the police throw out the case?
I told you that if you like, as a complainer, come with your village head to beg. Nobody listens to you. Go to the court and tell the judge that you don't want the case. But we must definitely charge the case.
Yes, it's not just about you. I'm talking about police stations generally. Would the police actually go ahead and throw out the case? Because if the person comes back to say, sorry, I don't want this case continuing.
I'm not everywhere, but the truth is, and I want everybody to know.
What should be the standard for the police?
Excuse me, ma'am. All cases of rape are not investigated at the divisional level. They are investigated at the state CID level. So if you are frustrated by any division or outpost, you have every right to walk straight. In fact, not even me, go and meet the commissioner of police.
Sakmichit Solomon, is it true in your years of service, sir, have you come across any man being raped? What is the procedure of proving that a man was raped? Because the law seems to be targeted at the women. We have to show proof that we've been raped.
The definition of rape has to do with penetration. If a man is raped, he will narrate to the police how he was raped, where the penetration took place. The medical experts are there. It's the same procedure. It's only that the points of entry are different.
I'm Patricia Pam. For women with disabilities, first of all, there's this disbelief. It's like women with disabilities will hardly face rape, but they do face it on a daily basis.
As a person living with disability, do you think that the level or the rate of cases of rape amongst persons with disability, how high is it or how low is it?
I would say it's high, but the reason why the society does not know about it is because there is a big silence that goes with rape in the disabled community. Because in the first place, there is stigma in the first place and you are disbelieved. And then you have to prove your case beyond reasonable doubt.
Well, my name is Yaro Dusu. A bill was passed into law and the implementation is very poor. They are not doing anything about it.
Do things need to change?
Yes.
What needs to change to basically make the legal framework better?
I'm Hudungyang from PRTV. I think society's attitude towards women needs to change. If we change the law, how are we sure that things will actually change without changing our attitude?
Thank you. Yes.
Legal reviews is a must. Legal reviews. Thank you.
Institutional change, women affairs, police, the courts, Ministry of Justice, social workers. It's not just the law, it is us. We must change to make the systems work.
Both governmental and non-governmental organizations should create enlightenment so that girls would have a voice. Sometimes fear in the girls out there make them not to be able to speak out. The enlightenment will give us a little of courage so that we can speak out, our voice will be heard and will be helped out.
Okay.
I think that because of the way that people perceive rape, there should also be local rape centers, crisis centers, where people can quickly report so that they can get some kind of first aid, they can kind of get the support that they need, and then also know immediately what appropriate measures they can take, the next step, so that they can quickly be able to establish that, yes, there has been a rape, so that we can be able to get some of those convictions that we want.
Thank you. We come to the panel. Let's start with you from the Ministry of Women Affairs.
Well, I see it. We talk about poverty, and as a Ministry of Women Affairs, we open more skills and give more vocational skills to the jobless ones within the society.
Are we talking about the victims or the offenders now?
It's a parental issue, but we are talking of the victims now, because I think the victims need to be empowered.
Let me talk with Jumai Madaki. What needs to change to basically make the legal framework better?
Well, I think my first query about the law as it concerns rape is that issue of having a witness. Who saw it? Is there sperm inside? Is there penetration? So if it can be lighter, the better. But if people can be more passionate about it, because if you hear it, you mustn't wait for the person that is affected to report. I think we can be each other's keepers.
And now, ACP Gyorgon, what needs to change in the police institution to make the legal framework better?
Somebody spoke of or talked of training. We need it at all levels. That is one. All of us here have agreed that the law needs to be revisited. But nobody is saying how that will be done.
You could propose.
Yes. Law is done through legislation. And legislation is done by legislators. When have we ever gone to these legislators and tell them that so laws have loopholes? If all of us can march to the senator representing our senatorial zone and tell him this is what we think is a problem with this law, I think something will be done.
But just so you know the laws have actually been passed at the national level. It's just for the states to domesticate.
Okay, who is this state?
Okay, don't go over that again. Thank you. Thank you very much. And that's how we come to the end of today's discussion. Remember, you can talk your own about this topic outside today's program on our Facebook page, Talk Your Own, Make Naija Better, and also on Twitter. Our handle is @TalkYourOwn. You can also reach us via SMS on 070-8282-1279. Thanks to our panelists, Jumai Madaki, State Coordinator, Women Trafficking and Child Labor Eradication Foundation, Whatclef. Joseph Dang Gwaisan, Deputy Director, Child Welfare of the Ministry of Women Affairs, and ACP Gyorgon A. Grima, State Criminal Intelligence and Investigation Department in Plateau State, where we've recorded this program. And my beautiful people in the audience, a big round of applause to you for all talking your own. Thank you. I am Afyong Basi. Join us next week on the same station for a fresh edition of Talk Your Own, Make Naija Better.
Talk Your Own is made by BBC Media Action Nigeria